Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. This is Radio Free Mormon on the air, broadcasting behind enemy lines. Tonight's episode: Linguistics prove the Book of Mormon true? Question mark. This is Radio Free Mormon, episode 375. Today's date is December 6th, 2024, and I'm joined in the studio by my esteemed co-counsel, Kolby Reddish. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, RFM. Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. Well, once again, we are gathered together to talk about another chapter in Austin Fife's Light and Truth letter. We've already done 2 chapters. We're on chapter 3 today. It has to do with linguistics and the Book of Mormon. Do you have anything you want to say before we get started on the slideshow? I know you've been working hard on it. I've been working hard on it. What do you have to say?
I think the one thing I would have to say is that I'm having a lot of fun actually going through this stuff and putting pen to paper and sketching out some of the ideas I've had and some of the resources that I've learned over the years, because, you know, you pick up information so incrementally, so gradually, that sometimes you don't have an opportunity to do this. So I'm glad that people have enjoyed the series so far. I'm glad that people have given us some pretty great feedback. And I think it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun for us to talk about this stuff throughout the week. It kind of feels like a very organic conversation about these topics. I'm surprised how much I'm enjoying it, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, thank you. You're not the first person to say that after an interaction with me. But I do want to say that there's so many things in these chapters that are brought up. It's its own brand of Gish Gallop. And there is no way that we can actually go in depth on everything that's brought up. Otherwise, we would be here for 12 hours, and I'm not kidding. There are some things that are brought up that are very research intensive in order to get to the bottom of the bare bones statement that Austin Fife makes in his letter. And we will do that on several instances, and those will be representative of the problems that exist with all of his other arguments as well. Once again, I gave this the nickname, the Light on Truth letter, at the outset when I looked at the chapter on finances, right? And the more I'm reading from this letter, the more I'm feeling that was a good designation. This letter is light on truth.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of truth there. It's kind of light on the truth is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, also, I think you're being proven truer and truer with that statement. Every week we go through more of this stuff.
Well, as has been said, sometimes RFMs can see around corners.
Yeah, that's right.
And at the outset, we also want to make sure that Austin Fife knows that he has an invitation to come here on the show with Kolby and me and talk about his letter. If he feels we're getting anything wrong, if he wants to push back, if he wants to clarify, if he wants to explain to us that his arguments are actually much stronger than our conclusions are leading us to, he's welcome here anytime. Austin, I'm talking to you. You're welcome to come on the show. You're welcome to come on the show. Just send me an email at radiofreemormon1@gmail.com. That's radiofreemormon1@gmail.com. Let me know. We'll schedule something if you're interested in that kind of thing. There's no pressure. It wouldn't be a debate. It would be a discussion. It would be low key, kind of like what Kolby and I are doing here. So having said that, let's go into the slide, shall we?
Let's do it.
All right, there it is. The Light on Truth letter, Book of Mormon, Linguistic Evidence. That's the name of this chapter, chapter 3. It's not necessarily designated chapter 3, but we're calling it chapter 3 because it's the third section in. It's the one on Book of Mormon, Linguistic Evidence. Radio Free Mormon and Kolby Reddish. Now, I know the first set of slides are yours, so I'll go ahead and go through them. You let me know when you want them to turn, and I'll turn them for you.
Perfect. So I'm kind of leaving this as a placeholder slide every time, because when we do a series like this and we're responding, you know, one of the great things is we get feedback from the audience. We can adjust, we can make adjustments, we can make corrections, as we did a little bit last week. One piece of feedback that I saw in the YouTube comment section of the last video is that there was at least one individual that felt like they were a little unclear on exactly what we were responding to. So to try and highlight and kind of cure that feedback, one of the things we're going to do is start with Austin's overall like introduction to his section, and then also talk about his conclusion and basically where the evidence is going to lead. Because the person was asking, you know, I kind of got lost in whether you're responding to Austin's evidence, Austin's claims, Austin's logic. The reality is, if it felt a little muddled, it's because we're responding to all of it. I've heard this phrase before, the phrase fractally wrong, which is basically like something is so incorrect that it takes so much more time to explain. And again, no offense to Austin, he's welcome to join us and correct us if we're wrong, but that's one of the issues I think we're encountering as we go through this chapter by chapter, is there are just so many incorrect or unstated premises I think that are brought to the table that's why I think it felt a little muddled. But to recognize that feedback, if you'll go to the next slide, we've got
Absolutely.
we've got Austin's overall takeaway from this chapter so that people have a good encapsulation of what Austin is going to attempt to prove before we go through and address it. So he starts by saying, since these are my slides, actually, will you read his quote?
Sure. This is from Austin's Light on Truth letter. As I explored critical theories of how Joseph Smith created the Book of Mormon, I was unconvinced. At best, I saw some loose parallels, but no cohesive way for it all to come together. Interestingly, the more I explored the Book of Mormon rabbit hole, the more surprised I was by the sheer amount of compelling, positive evidence for its ancient origins. The power of Christ compels you.
Yeah. So it's really that last sentence. Actually, I think nothing but the last sentence actually deals with this chapter, which is kind of interesting. The others are kind of dealing with the chapter we already reviewed last week. But that phrase that Austin used, compelling positive evidence for the Book of Mormon's ancient origins, I think is basically what he's got on promise. And I'm going to break down just as an overview of the 4 sections that are in this chapter. He has a section that deals with Book of Mormon names compared to Egyptian names. He then has a section on Reformed Egyptian and Hebrew. That's primarily what my notes are going to deal with. Then we have a section on voices and names in the Book of Mormon and Hebrewisms, which will come at the last half, which you primarily addressed. I do think it's interesting that Austin, states compelling positive evidence in the sense that it seems like he recognizes correctly that believers in that claim would have the burden of proof to prove that claim. He's actually recognizing, we need compelling positive evidence of what we're saying. And that reminded me of the quote from David Hume, which I think a lot of people are familiar with. A wise man, therefore, proportions his belief to the evidence. So since Austin is essentially promising at the lead into this chapter, compelling positive evidence, what we're going to do is we're going to evaluate whether he meets what he's claimed he's offered.
You're treating this like an opening statement, aren't you?
I am treating it as an opening statement. You can see the way our mind works. And I think the only other level setting I do with this is let's remember the ultimate claims of Mormonism in the context of the evidence that's on offer. The ultimate claims of Mormonism are that there is an infinite or maximally finite being that exists, that loves you, that's your father, that can do miracles, that is, the creator of at least our local presentation of the universe, that wants to communicate with you. So I'm setting that level because as we evaluate the evidence, I think it's important to remember that that's ultimately what we're talking about. That type of evidence, or I'm sorry, that type of claim, which I would call an extraordinary claim, should have, I would say, fairly compelling evidence for it. And at least Austin recognizes that in the introduction. Whether he follows through with that promise, I think, is a different question.
It's not just compelling positive evidence. There's a ton of it. There's a sheer amount. It's huge.
Yeah.
I think there is a lot of evidence that over the past 200 years, apologists have gathered and assembled and jury-rigged together to try and support the Book of Mormon. I have trouble understanding that it's compelling.
Yeah, I think the compelling word is going to be where we disagree with Austin here. I also think, going back to the comments I made at the beginning of last week's episode, there's this difference between necessary and sufficient conditions, and I'd suggest people think about that as applied to evidence. In other words, to me, and it's probably because of our legal background and training, I think of evidence, especially the phrase positive evidence, as it has to be evidence that proves that hypothesis and isn't explanatory of alternative hypotheses. So if you have a piece of evidence that can be equally explained by 2 hypotheses, and I'm really going to hit this when we talk about Reformed Egyptian and Hebrew in the Book of Mormon, the big section of Austin's first half of this chapter, I don't think he meets that, even comes close to meeting that it's evidence that's actually concordant with only one position.
At the risk of doing too much introduction, I just want to say I'm really excited about what you have to say today because you have a new idea based on one verse in the Book of Mormon and Egyptian etc. I'm not going to take it away from you, but I'm very excited to hear about this because this may be a first that this idea is even being broached publicly.
I haven't heard of anyone else who's come up with it. So this is the first time. I've talked to some people about it behind the scenes, but yeah, I think this is the first time it'll go public. This is actually the argument that I wanted to use in the proposed debate with Jacob Hansen. So I'm sure he'll do some type of response. I really don't care. Let's move
All
to
right.
the next. Move to the next slide. So I mentioned the first section of Austin's chapter here is this table, and I only showed a snippet of it, but what he has is in the one column, he has potential Egyptian Book of Mormon names. And then on the right hand column, he has potential old world connections. So in other words, he's looking for parallels between legitimate ancient Egyptian names, or in some ways, ancient Canaanite or Hebrew names, and then names that he believes could have been Egyptian from the Book of Mormon. I think one thing that's important to remember about counting these hits and counting these parallels is that both Egyptian, whether we're talking about hieroglyphics, hieratic, or demotic, and Hebrew, both of them did not use vowels largely at the time period that we're talking about. So if we look at this first hit, just for example, Aha, A-H-A, son of a Nephite commander-in-chief, and then the potential old world connection, he has Aha, the name of the first pharaoh. It means warrior and is a common word in Egyptian. Let's think about what that hit actually means in the context of the languages we're talking about, because we don't have any idea what the vowels would have been or whether they would have been present. The hit there would amount to one consonant letter that we're calling a hit, as far as I understand it.
Yes.
Do you have any thoughts about that?
It's something, but I'm not sure if it's compelling.
Well, it is one letter that they have stitched together. What Austin is using this table to do, and I'm not going to go through and respond to every single one of these, but what Austin is using these tables to do is to establish a link between Egyptian and Hebrew that exists in the Book of Mormon, and then trying to point to the Old World and say, look, this connection exists in the Old World as well. And one reason I'm not going to go line by line through this table, because as people look at some of the names, like as I just like copied and pasted some of the names, I couldn't find their potential Old World connections mentioned in any other source aside from like Mormon apologetic works. That's real common, that it's just like a circle of them citing their own research over and over again, or citing another apologist research. The point is, I think my later arguments really deal at the root of the connection that Austin's using this table to say that it's significant, compelling, positive evidence. And I think as we move through, people will see there's actually a lot of problems with viewing that Egyptian and Hebrew connection that Austin's saying, Joseph Smith can't have known about, or that it's significant in some way that Joseph Smith guessed at it correctly, to just say that connection is very common sense and very easily explained. So I'm really not going to address the table any further, but I know you had one note you wanted to hit on it.
I know I wanted to go down further in his table and bring up a few here because I'm not exactly sure what the connection is supposed to be. By the way, I know all these. This has been like a trip down memory lane to me back to the 1980s. I'm not sure that any of this stuff is new. I know all this stuff because I studied it because I was an apologist back in the 1980s. So I know about all these things. Caesarum was a Nephite chief judge. And then they've got Chiziri as the match.
Right.
An Egyptian governor of a Syrian city. So, and Gidona with Jiduna, the Egyptian name for Sidon, and then Gidgidona and Gidgidona. And you can see the gobbledygook they have over there. And they actually even have to add Ankh, the Egyptian Ankh, to make it work, even though there's no Ankh in either of those names that I can see.
Right.
And it goes on down at the bottom there, Gimgimno. Well, they've got a great match there. It's called Kenkemi.
Mm-hmm.
That's just like Gimgimno.
And then this is maybe one note I'd offer here, because we're going to get into linguistics here in a second. No one knows how Egyptian was pronounced. We don't know that has been completely lost to time. We only know what we know from Egyptian, largely from deciphering the Rosetta Stone. So even calling these hits, I think, is highly questionable in the first place. We have no idea how Egyptian functioned phonetically, just that it did. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That was it. I'm just skipping through these a little bit to show that the vast majority of these really are not hits at all, unless you squint your eyes and turn the lights way down and engage in a lot of wishful thinking.
Perfect. So again, the point of this table that Austin uses it, remember his overall case is, I'm going to offer you compelling positive evidence for ancient origins of the Book of Mormon. And I want to go right to the root of that with this argument that we've been hinting at. So the argument starts with this idea. Anytime that critics of the church point to problems in the Book of Mormon's text, or they point to anachronisms that shouldn't exist in the Book of Mormon, we often start getting confronted with these very convenient apologetics of either non-literal translation or loose translation, or we shouldn't interpret that part literally. And so I started to think, I get irritated by those types of arguments because I think they're really offered in bad faith anyways. Like, they're just ad hoc and they constantly evolve. There's really no discernible method that they use to say, well, this part's literal and this part isn't. So I think they're ridiculous arguments anyways. But I thought, let's say we could buy into that premise. There have to be claims in the Book of Mormon that have to be literally historically true for the Book of Mormon to exist. And what I mean by that is, the simple example I use is Back to the Future. For people who've seen Back to the Future, right? Marty McFly goes back in time and is trying to cure some problem. I actually don't remember what the problem is. But in the course of doing that,
his parents have to meet.
Yeah, but what was the reason he went back for in the first place?
I forget.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. It was a great movie, but I forget.
It is a great movie. And one of the weird things about it is that Marty McFly's mother, back in time, starts falling in love with Marty rather than Marty's father, and that starts causing Marty to disappear. The idea here is that if you mess with your origins have to be literally true, and the same thing would apply to the Book of Mormon. So what I mean is, the Book of Mormon's claims about how the Book of Mormon was written are something that apologists cannot use this convenient ad hoc dodge for. They have to be literally historically true, or the Book of Mormon, as it exists, cannot exist. Is that logic sound? Does that make sense?
I think it'll make more example as you proceed with your example. I think it'll make more sense as you proceed with your example.
Perfect. So that led me to start thinking, what does the Book of Mormon claim about the Book of Mormon? And that starts really with the title page. So here, this is actually from a section in the Book of Mormon called A Brief Explanation About the Book of Mormon. And so it reads, the original title page, immediately preceding the contents page, is taken from the plates and is part of the sacred text. In fact, Joseph Smith explained in History of the Church 171 that, quote, the title page of the Book of Mormon is a literal translation taken from the very last leaf on the left-hand side of the collection of book or plates, which contain the record, which has been translated. The language of the whole running the same as all Hebrew writing in general, that is, from right to left. Side note, Egyptian did not necessarily work that way. It could run right to left or left to right, case depending. And that said title page, or up and down. That's actually correct. Yeah, absolutely. And that said title page is not by any means a modern composition, either of mine or of any other man who has lived or does live in this generation. And so this leads me back to that idea that there are certain things that have to be literally historically true, or the Book of Mormon can't exist. One of them are the claims made in the title page. So if you'll go to the next slide, I have information from the title page of the Book of Mormon, and it has a lot of run-on sentences, which is characteristic of its author, I would say. It says, wherefore it is an abridgment of the record of the people of Nephi and also of the Lamanites, written to the Lamanites, who are a remnant of the house of Israel, and also to the Jew and Gentile. I know it's not the end of the sentence because this entire paragraph is one sentence, but I want to pause there for a second to just say, look at what the Book of Mormon promises about who the Book of Mormon was written to. It promises that it is written to the Lamanites. And we will get into DNA and the Book of Mormon issues in next week's episode, but I just want to put a little highlight on this right here, that the Book of Mormon's title page, with Joseph Smith and the Book of Mormon itself claims were part of the record, says that the record was written to the Lamanites. So it would seem to me to be pretty odd that the church today essentially admits that it has no idea who the Lamanites are, or what relationship they have to certain peoples on the earth. Is that an unfair criticism of me?
No, I think it's an unfortunate consequence for the church due to DNA studies in the Western Hemisphere.
Exactly. And so we'll just keep that in mind as we move forward from next year or into next week's episode. It continues and says, written by way of commandment, and also by the spirit of prophecy and revelation, written and sealed up and hid up to the Lord, that they might not be destroyed, to come forth by the gift and power of God unto the interpretation thereof, sealed by the hand of Moroni, and hid up unto the Lord, to come forth in the due time by way of the Gentile, the interpretation thereof by the gift of God. I'm going to skip down to the second paragraph here and really just read the emphasized text. It says, "And now, if there are the faults, they are the mistakes of men. Wherefore condemn not the things of God, that ye may be found spotless at the judgment seat of Christ." And the Book of Mormon has lots of passages where it excuses or apologizes for the faults or mistakes of men. When you first read through the Book of Mormon, how did those lines hit you?
Well, the way it hit me was they were being totally honest and saying, look, we're just guys, we're doing the best we can, but we're going to screw up every now and again. So don't think that God isn't behind this work just because we are not perfect.
Sure. Yeah, that
I
totally
accepted it at face value, in other words.
Yeah. And so if we move to the next slide, we can start seeing Austin's case.
Can I just say that now it looks like somebody who is hedging their bets and making excuses before the fact.
Almost like methinks the lady doth protest too much.
Yes, like that.
Particularly because it's not like it's in one place. It's in about 10 places.
Yes.
I agree with you. I read those passages the same way today. So this is Austin's case, and I want to present it before we get back to why we're talking about this, the Book of Mormon's claims about the Book of Mormon. Austin says, this is his conclusion really from this section. Scholars are still learning about Egypt's cultural influence in Israel during Lehi's day. Artifacts with Egyptian characters dating back to the period show the widespread usage of Egyptian in Israel. Critics viewed Egyptian and Israelite relations through an 1830s lens. They mocked Joseph Smith for this apparent mistake as they perceived Israel and Egypt to be on more hostile terms. I want to pause there for a second and say, one of the things I've noticed generally as we're going through the Light and Truth letter is it will often say critics did X or critics said X. It never presents any critic that's presented that position. So it's never citing to anything. Or if it is, it's like Mormonism Unveiled, like Edie Howe stuff. That's like the only citation I think I saw. That's just interesting to me in the sense that it feels very straw-man-y, that he's not actually presenting any of the critics' own work or arguments. He's just saying that critics made those arguments. Like, am I positive that someone at some point has criticized the church for this? Yeah, but I think, in an effort of good faith to really understand the critical position, this kind of comes back to our comments about understanding Austin's backstory. This is where I think people struggle, is it doesn't seem like it's wrestling with the best critical positions.
I think there's one quote he has down there from Kingdom of the Cults by our friend Dr. Walter Martin.
Oh, okay.
It's a quote, but it's not on point. But at least it's a quote.
Yeah, just very rarely have I seen that these, critics made X argument are ever rarely demonstrated. So since I know Austin's said he's listening to the series, that's one big suggestion I'd have for a second edition. You should actually quote from critical arguments that are making these points if they exist.
Right. But when you say the critics are mocking the Book of Mormon, now Austin thereby puts himself in the defensive position.
Right.
So he's defending the church against these unnamed critics and unnamed sources mocking the church.
Right. Which is pretty much the textbook example of doing a straw man argument. He then continues in the second paragraph and says, on the surface, an uninspired Joseph Smith would have likely speculated that Hebrew was the language of Lehi. How did Joseph Smith understand Egypt's cultural influence in Israel in 600 BC? How did he come up with what turns out to be a very plausible narrative in the book? I think there's a lot to unpack in every single one of those sentences, to be honest. The first is that he's saying, most people would have suspected that Hebrew was the language of Lehi. I don't actually know that the Book of Mormon takes a definitive position on which language Lehi spoke. We know that Nephi opens by basically saying he was trained in the learning of his father, which included the learning of both nations. So it's interesting to me that he seems to take the unequivocal position that Lehi's language was Egyptian, not Hebrew. And it makes me wonder then why he counts Hebrew in Hebrew writing practices Hebrew words in as hits if he has taken this position. Are you noticing the same contradiction, or am I just being unfair?
I think that the main theory has been for a long time, and I think that Austin is proposing it as well, is that Lehi was a Jewish person, 600 BC. He speaks Hebrew, but he's also super well educated in the Egyptian language for some reason, and he knows how to write Egyptian, although it's never really explained how it is he comes into that knowledge. And therefore, they're going to write the gold plates in Hebrew expressed in Egyptian characters to save space. And I know you want to get to that.
I do. So the way Austin phrases this is, how did Joseph understand Egypt's cultural influence in Israel? And I think it's important because of what the level that Austin set in his own introduction. There's been zero evidence presented that Joseph Smith did understand Egypt's cultural influence. There's just this link that he's seeing. And so I think this is a very important pattern to recognize with apologists, because part of what we're addressing in this series is really common logical fallacies that they use. To me, this is a very common use of what's called the Mott and Bailey logical fallacy, where the evidence they're presenting actually defends a much less controversial position. Here, what Austin has offered is that there's a link between Egypt and Hebrew. That's all he's linking. But look at the way he represents that evidence and what he represents that evidence to say, that it means that Joseph Smith understood in some way Egypt's cultural influence in Israel during that time. There's simply a much easier explanation for that. And so I just wanted to note that
Can I say
fallacy.
just as a matter of history, here's one thing, okay, is that today we tend to preen ourselves on our knowledge of the Bible if we study the Bible at all, right? Mormons, maybe other Christians, they pride themselves on their knowledge of the Bible. And we think that people 200 years ago, like Joseph Smith and people in his area, they just don't understand the Bible as well as we do. The fact is, when you look at it, they had the Bible down backward and forward. This is the Second Great Awakening. It is the burned over district. They know the Bible and things related to the Bible much better than most people today. For instance, it was a surprise to me to find out that the italicized words in the King James Version were not meant to be emphasized when read aloud, which is what I did my first several times at church, much to my later embarrassment and chagrin, and find out that those italicized words are put there to represent English words that are not actually there in the Hebrew, but are used in order to make the translation into English. Joseph Smith knew that. Okay. That's why he struck out all the italicized words when he was doing his Joseph Smith translation of the Bible, because he recognized that those were not there originally and in the original Hebrew. Another thing that, and I bring this up because if you read the Bible, if you know the Bible, you know there's a lot of connections between the Jewish people and pre-Jewish people to Egypt. You've got Abraham in Egypt. You've got Moses. I mean, you've got all the Israelites for 400 years, and Moses leads them out of Egypt. There's the whole golden calf.
Even Jesus has a link with Egypt in the book of Matthew.
Yes.
Like he's taken to Egypt.
So he can come out of Egypt and replicate Moses, right? Be a Moses secundarius, so to speak. But the other thing is the history. I mean, we know that in 721 BCE, basically, the Assyrians come down and they destroy the northern kingdom of Israel, right? And then around 600, maybe 587 BCE, the Babylon and the Babylonians, the Neo-Babylonian Empire, does the same thing for the southern kingdom, which managed to survive the Assyrians.
Right.
What we typically don't know, but which I'm perfectly convinced that they understood completely back then because it's in the Bible, right, is that this didn't just happen in a vacuum. It's not like Assyria hates this little country called Israel or that the Babylonians hate them. The thing is that you've got Egypt over here, which is a massive empire, which extends for 3,000 years?
Yeah.
That is a huge empire. And over here on, I'll just call it the East. It's sometime northeast, whatever the new empire, the flavor of the month is, it's the Assyrians, right? And the Assyrians aren't battling Israel. They are in contention with Egypt. So that's where the fight is between these two huge empires. And the Assyria wants to destroy Egypt. They don't. But the problem is for Israel that it's in the way. It's right in the middle. It's in what some people call the nutcracker position. And so every time Assyria gets up and starts, rattling its sabers, or Babylon later on. They have a decision that they have to make, and their entire future and ability to survive is going to depend on that decision. And the decision is, do we go with Egypt or do we go with Assyria? Do we go with Egypt or do we go with Babylon?
Mm-hmm.
And both of those times they picked Egypt, which made Assyria and Babylon not happy with them. So they come down, they get destroyed in one degree or another, carried away. Egypt continues on, though, as an empire. So, yeah, knowing that, you would think, well, it'd be quite likely that there would be a lot of cultural influence between Egypt and Israel.
Right. I mean, even when we think about the time frame that you just mentioned, which I think a lot of times people they really don't conceive of it unless they've spent some time digging into ancient Egyptian history. An empire that lasted for 30 centuries, like that's longer than the Roman Empire lasted. That's something that is, I think, even difficult for us to wrap our heads around. Like, look at the cultural, obviously it's been sped up because of the technology we have, but America has been a country since 1776. And look at the cultural influence that it has all over the world. In many countries, the dollar is still used as a standard of how to measure their own currency. And that's just because of America's economic and global political presence. Imagine that's in a couple hundred years. Imagine a country that ruled for 3,000 years. It's difficult for us to even conceive of that. For people who are interested in learning more about that ancient Egyptian history, I'd actually point them to, it's not related to Mormonism at all, but one of my favorite podcasts is called the Fall of Civilization podcast. It's a PhD historian that does these deep dives on the fall of great civilizations. So he has one about the Aztecs. He has one about the Egyptian. I think it was a 2-part series that was like almost 10 hours of content altogether, digging into how it progressed, how it rose and fall. And that's what he evaluates. And I love listening to those when I get a chance.
One other thing, and I apologize, I don't mean to belabor this point because I know we have a lot to get through. But the other thing is that we all know, and Joseph Smith knew, that Jeremiah lived at the same time as Lehi. There's a famous part in the book of Jeremiah where Jeremiah goes into Egypt. So this really isn't rocket science for a person who knows the Bible like Joseph Smith did.
Is there any other that you can think of? I thought of this and I can't think of one. Is there any other country aside from Egypt that is mentioned so consistently throughout different narratives in the Bible? So Egypt is mentioned obviously with Moses, with Joseph out of Egypt, Jeremiah you just hit, obviously the entire slave narrative, which scholars indicate probably never happened. And then Jesus has a relationship with Egypt. Abraham has a relationship with Egypt. Is there any other country you know of that had as extensive a link with Israel in the Bible?
Not that I know, and it's because they lasted for 3,000 years.
Exactly.
The other, like the Assyrians, yeah, they get mentioned, but they don't last that long. Same with the Neo-Babylonians.
Right. And we'll hit this a little bit, the significance of this as we return. But I think that historical framing is really important for people to highlight. I think that's something that was really surprising to me in leaving the church, like how little of actual world history I understood. I understood U.S. history pretty well, but really I wasn't able to contextualize the Bible and how it fit into this larger historical narrative. And so if people are operating from this assumption that like the Bible just tells objective history, it gives you a completely inaccurate picture, right? Like the Egyptians, the proto-Egyptians or the people before the Egyptians date back and had writing before the Bible even started to be written, before the Bible says time began, if you take a literal view of the 6,000 year creation. Okay, so back to Austin's thoughts here. I actually, can you go back real quick? I had one more thought on this. So considering the fact that Austin hasn't offered any evidence that Joseph Smith actually did understand Egypt's cultural influence in Israel, but he has given us evidence of this link between the Egyptians and the Hebrew, and we've just talked extensively about one reason that's a pretty reasonable position for Joseph Smith to have guessed at or have taken. I view it as breaking down Austin's question based on the evidence he's offered to these actual questions that we have to explain, which is assuming that Joseph Smith was not inspired by God, he didn't receive this information through revelation, how likely was Joseph Smith to pick Egypt as a second language in the Book of Mormon's narrative? Because that's where this link comes from.
Yes.
The second, then, is how likely was Joseph Smith to be right that there is a connection between Egypt and Jerusalem? And I only have one slide on this later, but we basically have already given the answer. The answer is really freaking likely, because Egypt was in charge of that whole region of the world for 3,000 years. So the question is, why would Joseph Smith have needed to write in a second language at all? So for this hypothesis, again, I'm just asking people to entertain this as a hypothesis as we work through this. Let's say that Joseph Smith is a con man. He is knowingly creating the Book of Mormon as a fraud. I don't actually take this position that this is all that the Book of Mormon is, but I want to say that I think what I'm going to offer is compelling evidence for that conclusion. And I can understand how someone could get there without considering other evidence. So that's what I'm going to focus my argument on. So he starts his narrative in Jerusalem because, of course, he does, right? That's where everything significant starts in the Bible. And if he's part of this larger restorationist movement, again, if people aren't aware, the Mormons weren't the only restorationist movement that started out of the Second Great Awakening. And when I say restorationist movement, what I mean is we had reformationists, right, like Martin Luther, that basically broke off from the Catholic Church and were saying we need to reform and return to what they thought was the true version of Christianity. Restorationists, like Mormons, saw it as we're going to capture this primitive Christianity and bring back this primitive Christianity, restore what true Christianity was. It's different from the reformers, I guess, in a subtle way. You probably know more about that relationship. Do you want to speak to that, or did I accurately summarize that?
It is very common for a church to be organized of any kind in any denomination that then for a few years will go on. And then there will be efforts to seek to bring that church back to its original beginnings. The whole point in the first place is to recapitulate or recapture what it was that was going on 2,000 years ago with Jesus and his church as described in the New Testament. But Mormonism is not even 200 years old. And we already have Denver Snuffer, who famously is trying to restore the restoration. He's trying to get back to the beginning of Mormonism.
Right.
So it doesn't take that long before these movements start happening, and they're very common.
Right. But as far as Joseph Smith starting the narrative goes, whether he made this decision before or after, I think is kind of an open question. But he starts his narrative in Jerusalem. From my perspective, that makes a lot of sense because that's where everything significant associated with biblical history starts, basically. And that makes a lot of sense as a restorationist movement that it would start in Jerusalem. But I think Joseph Smith is left with this problem. Again, if we're entertaining this hypothesis that he is a con man creating this, knowing that it's fake. And the problem is that if he gives the record as being written in Hebrew, there are people who still read and write Hebrew today. And while he obviously could have done the same thing that he did with, or what I think he did with the plates, which is not present them really to anyone for critical evaluation, there are still people in his day that can read and write Hebrew, and that may draw questions. And if we're considering that Joseph Smith doesn't want to get caught, that may cause people to doubt or to ask questions that may lead people to doubt. So from my view, under this hypothesis, Joseph Smith needs to build a second language into the narrative to obviate this problem, to get it from Hebrew to another language so that there's this level of separation that he can use to hide behind in case there are ever any problems. So if we put ourselves in that mindset,
a language that in his day people could not yet translate.
Exactly. And the nation that many people in the country were obsessed with was Egypt. And so that's where then we go to our next slide here.
It looks like Napoleon's soldiers have already gotten to the Sphinx's nose.
Yeah. And that's what I was going to say is, Napoleon's Egyptian campaign starts right at the end of the 18th century, and Egyptomania becomes a word in our lexicon precisely because of how many Americans were enthralled by Egypt. I mean, hell, I'm still enthralled by Egypt. I think ancient Egyptian ruins and stuff are so interesting. I would love to visit. Never had the chance yet.
They would actually, among other things, their fascination with Egypt was so great that they would pull their money, people would, and buy mummies, which are being exhumed or excavated from Egypt, sent over to America. It probably happened in Europe too. But they would have unwinding parties where they would
Right.
all get together with their mummy one night and have a few drinks and celebrate the unwinding of the wrappings of the mummy.
I have actually never heard that. That's crazy.
Oh, I hope
Yikes.
that's true. I think it's true. I think I heard that somewhere. I've never done one myself. It sounds like fun.
Even if that particular example isn't true, the reality of Egyptomania was very true. In fact, we even know that Joseph Smith bought into the Egyptomania later in his life in 1835 when Michael Chandler comes around with a group of mummies and papyrus that he buys and ultimately gives us the generation of what becomes the Book of Abraham. And we'll come back to that in just a moment. But
Okay, so unwrapping parties were exactly what they sound like. Victorians would get together, have some food and drink, and then proceed to unwrap a mummy.
wow, that is, I'm not
Also
sure I
called
would want
mummy
to
parties.
participate. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd want to participate in unwrapping a mummy. That sounds like you're likely to catch a curse. I'm just kidding. I don't believe in curses. Okay. This picture that I have here was actually pulled just to highlight how Egyptomania worked. This picture I pulled came from a book, one of the first of its type, that had detailed sketches and of tombs and temples of Egypt that was made by a Danish naval officer that was one of the first to get there. And this book, or this photo I pulled from a Stanford University exhibit, basically highlighting how Egyptomania took hold in the early 19th century. And even the end of the 18th century, because Ben Franklin had a copy of that exact book shipped to him in Philadelphia in the mid 18th century. So the Stanford University exhibit was actually highlighting that Egyptomania started earlier than we had previously assumed. It started right at the turn of the 18th into the 19th century. So, and like I said, we know that Joseph Smith later in his life buys into this Egyptomania. So the question is, how likely was Joseph Smith to pick Egyptian, as his secondary language? And my proposition would be that it's very likely that Joseph Smith would have picked Egyptian because, as you've already highlighted, Egyptian was the famously unknown, arcane, and unknowable language in Joseph Smith's day. Here on the slide, I've highlighted the Rosetta Stone, which is housed at the British Museum. It was originally unearthed by Napoleon's troops in 1799, so right in line with what we're talking about here. And for people who aren't familiar with kind of the history of it, the Rosetta Stone contains lines of text in 3 different languages. The top there, which you can see, is in ancient Greek. The second layer is in Demotic Egyptian, which was a later developed version of Egyptian. I'll explain that in just a moment. And then the third line of text was the same text in hieroglyphics. So while working on deciphering the Rosetta Stone began with Champollion in the 1820s, it is unclear that his scholarship, essentially cracking the code, would have reached the average American member of the public until much later. And in fact, even that early work that he did in the 1820s wasn't complete because it wasn't until the 1850s that we could completely translate ancient Egyptian. So
Right.
on the right,
And cracking the code isn't something that happened overnight, obviously. It took a
exactly.
long time.
Exactly. And Champollion died in 1832. So that's after the production of the Book of Mormon. And the work continued after his death. It wasn't at all resolved. And there's actually a really interesting history of, the people he was feuding with, the other scholars he was feuding it with, and how they were trying to one up each other on being the first to crack the code. So people can look into that if they're interested. But to kind of highlight the different forms of Egyptian and kind of explain linguistically how we get here. Hieroglyphics was the first written Egyptian language that we know of. It started its use in about 3200 BC, and this is a very important point. Hieroglyphics is a partially phonetic, meaning that it uses an alphabet and uses sounds. Again, we don't know how they were pronounced, but we know that it worked that way. It's partially a phonetic language like English, and it's partially a logographic language. Logographic languages use a character or a set of characters to represent typically like a word, maybe a very short sentence, or maybe a short concept. You have experience with Japanese as a logographic language, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And to highlight how this functioned, actually, Champollion himself, I pulled this quote from his writings about hieroglyphics. He stated, quote, "It is a complex system writing figurative, symbolic, and phonetic all at once, sometimes in the same text, in the same phrase. I would say almost in the same word." So it's important to note that even when Egyptian characters, hieroglyphs specifically, I mean, are logographic, that's not as simple as it may seem that one character can represent one word. Hieroglyphics used what are called silent characters called determinatives. So it would have like a small modification to the character, or it may have an accompanying character. And we will hit this later, for example, so that people can see what I'm talking about. But it's important to know that essentially, one character or one grouping of characters would translate roughly to one word, two words. That's essentially how it worked. For proper names, that's where it was phonetic. And in fact, that's actually how Champollion first started cracking the code, was by noticing the names of Ptolemy and Cleopatra. So again, we'll hit those examples here in just a slide or two. But
by the way, I want to say, don't you think it's fair to call Demotic Reformed Egyptian?
Oh, I do. Yeah. Not Reformed Egyptian in the sense that the Book of Mormon uses it, because the way the Book of Mormon uses Reformed Egyptian is that it's Egyptian characters. This was always my understanding of Reformed Egyptian. And actually reading Austin's letter makes me see there's different takes on this, because the Book of Mormon's narrative is a little vague about how it exactly worked. But I understood it to be Egyptian characters that used the Hebrew language behind the characters. And so I wouldn't agree that Demotic is that form of Reformed Egyptian, but it absolutely is a form of Egyptian that's been changed and modified.
Okay, very good.
Yeah. And in between those two, so people can see Demotic. So in this table that I have here, we've got hieroglyphics, which again started its use in about 3000 BC. And that ends up progressing to Demotic, which is an easier to write, a less demanding form to write. Demotic started being used in the 7th century BC. So just roughly, almost contemporary really to Lehi and the narrative of that part of the Book of Mormon, at least. And in between those were different forms of hieratic. Hieratic was essentially a cursive form. That's the way people describe it. A cursive form of hieroglyphics that was easier to write. And so it started being used about the same time as hieroglyphics. But the idea is we started with hieroglyphics, progressed to hieratic, and then to Demotic being used. So now let's turn back with that kind of level setting. Let's turn back to this verse from the Book of Mormon that I think starts explaining to us what the Book of Mormon claims about itself. So this comes from Mormon 9, even though it's from the Book of Mormon. In the Book of Mormon, it's actually written by Moroni. It's introduced at the beginning of that chapter, saying that. So again, we have Moroni here. Actually, RFM, would you mind reading these verses for us?
Sure. Condemn me not because of mine imperfection. There's another one. Neither my father, because of his imperfection, neither them who have written before him. But rather, this is like blanket amnesty, but rather give thanks unto God that he hath made manifest unto you our imperfections, that ye may learn to be more wise than we have been. So you should be glad that we're so imperfect, and there's all these errors in the Book of Mormon. And by the way, if you start talking about them, you're going to be in danger of the judgment of God per the title page. Now, behold, we have written this record according to our knowledge in the characters which are called among us the Reformed Egyptian, being handed down and altered by us according to our manner of speech. And if our plates had been sufficiently large, we should have written in Hebrew. This is important. If we had had large enough plates or enough of them, we should have written in Hebrew. But the Hebrew hath been altered by us also. It's a strange thing because it doesn't exactly follow from one concept to the other, does it? If our plates have been sufficiently large, we should have written in Hebrew, but the Hebrew hath been altered by us also. And if we could have written in Hebrew, behold, you would have had no imperfection in our record. So it's all because we've chosen to write in Egyptian, apparently. But the Lord knoweth the things which we have written, and also that none other people knoweth our language. This is key. None other people knoweth our language. It's 1,000 years after they got there. It's been altered to the point nobody else knows this language. Nobody else can read it or understand it. And because that none other people knoweth our language, therefore he, God, hath prepared means for the interpretation thereof.
Yeah, and I want to put a pin in that no other people knoweth our language. We'll hit that on our next slide because you had some really interesting thoughts about that. But I just want people to notice we're working from this assumption for just a minute to entertain the hypothesis. Can this passage be explained by Joseph Smith being a fraud in writing this narrative? And I just want people to notice how consistent this passage, just standing on its own, before we talk about how it relates to any of this other deeper stuff, be explained by Joseph Smith being a fraud. I think very clearly it can be. The narrative, again, is tripping over itself to say, don't condemn, don't be unwise. You're so smart that you figured out stuff that we didn't. And this is important because Mormon 9 comes right after the chapter before, where Moroni again writes, and if there be the faults in this record, they be the faults of a man. But behold, we know of no fault. Nevertheless, God knoweth all things. Therefore, he that condemneth, let him be aware, lest he shall be in danger of hellfire. And he that saith, show unto me, or ye shall be smitten, let him be aware, lest he commandeth that which is forbidden of the Lord. So when I see so many excuses, like you said, built in on the front end, especially trying to apologize for these potential mistakes that may be uncovered, it does start to raise my eyebrow and say, normal people that are making a record like this don't go out of their way to explain this many plot holes, is the way I thought about it.
I was just thinking, I'm not sure there's anything in the Bible like this.
Not that I know of. Not this recurringly. Definitely.
Not once, to my knowledge.
Yeah. The other thing that's really interesting to me, and you kind of hit on this while you were reading it, is the narrative itself doesn't make a whole lot of sense, in the sense that it's saying, we wrote in Reformed Egyptian, but we altered Reformed Egyptian, so we didn't really write in a Reformed Egyptian. And then it says, well, if we would have written in Hebrew, it would have been perfect. But also, by the way, we've messed around with the Hebrew, so nobody knows our language. Like, from a sarcastic point of view, reading this cynically, it sure seems like a fraud trying to cover up his tracks, because every single touch point that the narrative has with reality, right? We wrote this in Egyptian, we wrote this in Hebrew, or we could have written this in Hebrew. The narrative is making a point of explaining why, if down the road someone starts noticing similarities or differences between these languages, we have a convenient excuse already built into the narrative.
Yeah, it looks suspicious when you start giving explanations for accusations that have not been made yet. It goes along the lines of the old axiom that the guilty flee when no one pursueth.
Exactly. The other thing, and this will connect back to the point of all of this linguistic stuff about Egyptian and Hebrew, and really undercuts Austin's overall case here, is if we look at that third paragraph, if our plates had been sufficiently large, we should have written in Hebrew. And if we would have written in Hebrew, I'm going to skip the have been altered by us. And if we could have written in Hebrew, we would have had no imperfection in our record. The paragraph right before that is talking about the relationship between the Egyptian and the Hebrew. And what we see very clearly in this paragraph here is that the author of this paragraph, whomever it was, operated from the assumption that Hebrew would have taken up more space in a written record than Egyptian. That is a key claim that this narrative makes about the way reality works. And I want to, again, bring this back full circle to what I said at the beginning, our Back to the Future example. If this claim about the way reality works, about the way that Hebrew and Egyptian work, is not true, the Book of Mormon should not exist, because it is saying that it was written in this particular manner for these particular reasons. And if Moroni isn't writing that down while he and his father are doing this abridgment, it makes absolutely no sense for the narrative to exist in front of you today. Does that bring that logic at the beginning a little bit more full circle?
Well, I think it does. Yes, absolutely. This is a big hello McFly moment.
So what
all right, so shall I obviously what you're saying is the Book of Mormon presents itself as knowing Hebrew and as knowing Egyptian.
Right.
Austin agrees with that.
Right.
And the Book of Mormon presents itself as Hebrew being a much more expansive language in terms of taking up much more room to write the same ideas than Egyptian does. That Egyptian is a much more compact kind of language. And that's why they chose it to engrave it on the plates.
Exactly. Otherwise, that third paragraph makes no sense. There is no wiggle room in this. There's no other way to read that third paragraph than that it operates from this assumption that Hebrew, well, I'll phrase it the other way, that Egyptian is a more dense, character-wise language than Hebrew. That is a claim about reality that the Book of Mormon makes that has to be true, or the record cannot exist, because this is Moroni in the Book of Mormon talking about why the Book of Mormon exists. And so if this claim right here isn't literally true, the Book of Mormon should not exist. That's the big problem with this passage in particular, and which what makes it harder for apologists to offer that ad hoc dodge. So before we move on to why this is such a problem and how that isn't how Hebrew and Egyptian work, basically, spoiler, this claim that the Book of Mormon makes about the way reality works is false. I want to pivot and just hit this none other people knoweth our language, and look at the language that you caught yesterday in Words of Mormon. That's on our next slide.
Oh, wonderful. Well, the whole thing is this, is that actually this little part here at the end of this last paragraph would make some sense. They've been around for 1,000 years. Of course, this language that they have is going to go through all sorts of permutations. Lots of changes happen in the course of 100, 200, 300, 1,000 years. Absolutely. That part makes sense. The problem is that we're at the end of the record. Moroni's writing, it's at the end of the 1,000 years, where everything has been changed so much that no other people even know our language. It's been completely overhauled in the process and in the course of 1,000 years. The problem is that Mormon can read the language that the original Nephites wrote in. And what I mean by this is this, the small plates of Nephi. So if you go to Words of Mormon, we all know this, right? This is why there were two sets of records covering the same period of time. Mormon did an abridgment. By the way, how the heck is he abridging these records anyway? Because he can't read them, because it's 1,000 years earlier, and no man knoweth our language at the end of the 1,000 years. How is he even going to abridge them? But not only does he abridge them, he also reads these additional small plates of Nephi. And it's because they're so wonderful that he includes that set in with the plates. And now I, Mormon, being about to deliver up the record, which I have been making unto the hands of my son Moroni. Yeah, that's at the end of the 1,000 years. Now I speak somewhat concerning that which I have written, for after I had made an abridgment from the plates of Nephi, which he would have had a tough time making because he couldn't read the language from 1,000 years earlier, down to the reign of this King Benjamin, of whom Amaleki spake, I searched among the records which had been delivered into my hands, and I found these plates, which contain this small account of the prophets, from Jacob down to the reign of this King Benjamin, and also many of the words of Nephi. And that's what we have in the Book of Mormon today. And that's the main thing that I wanted to bring up. According to the Book of Mormon's representation of itself, I think that Mormon would have had a very difficult time, if not an impossible time, trying to read the original records, which had been written 1,800, 900 years earlier. I mean, my gosh, how much trouble do we have understanding Shakespeare? And that's 400 years ago.
Right. And one potential apologetic that people could use that I can counteract real quickly is they can say, well, RFM, with God, all things are possible. So maybe when he says abridgment, he really did some type of spiritual translation. But the thing I would point out is that the narrative makes a point of calling out spiritual translation of the book of the Jaredite plates through King Limhi and his people, right? And so the fact that that's mentioned at one part in the record and specifically called out and isn't mentioned here, we have no reference to Mormon and Moroni using the interpreters or doing anything like that, would suggest that if that had happened, it would have been in the narrative because it is mentioned at another place in the narrative. How does that strike you?
And the more things you have to add to a narrative that are not in the narrative to make the narrative make sense, the less likely the narrative is to be historical.
Right. The other thing it strikes me on, if you'll go back to that Mormon 9 slide, is, it starts there at the bottom by saying none other people knoweth our language. To me, that also begs the question of why do Austin and the apologists go looking for connections in the old world and finding connections with old Egyptian names or names in the Book of Mormon when the book literally says that no other people know their language? I was joking with you on the phone when this kind of struck me. It's like how people use numerology or other weird biblical studies to predict the date of the second coming. Like the book literally says no one will know, no one can know. So why are they using these parallels with ancient languages and calling them hits if they really believe the narrative is what it claims to be?
Right, because once again, I mean, you might be able to get around the small plates of Nephi, which Mormon couldn't read in the first place. But if you get to the abridgment that he could read all the way back to the beginning, all of this is abridged by Mormon. So he's using the language that no other people know. So
Right.
actually, I've been talking about coincidence and statistics and everything that undermine this entire field of endeavor by Mormon apologists. The Book of Mormon itself, in Mormon chapter 9, verse 34, undermines that field by saying nobody knows this language. So, what would comparisons with old world languages mean?
Right. Exactly. And one of the reasons that I think my case is a little stronger is because we obviously don't know what Reformed Egyptian, if ever existed, exactly would have looked like. And obviously the narrative says that it's been altered. But that's why I'm going back and comparing Hebrew to hieroglyphics, because hieroglyphics date back 3,200 years BC. So the changes that we're talking about, languages change and evolve over time. We looked at that graph of hieroglyphics to hieratic to demotic, but languages don't very often, and definitely not in a one-off instance, change like the entire premise of the way they worked. If you're dealing with a phonetic language, it's not going to go back to being a logographic language,
Right.
for example. And so that's where if people want to say, oh, your or your argument doesn't really work because it says the characters have been altered, I'm talking large scale structural ways that these languages work. And to highlight that, let's go forward to 2 slides, unless you had any other thoughts.
I was just going to say Japanese, I know about. Egyptian, I have a passing familiarity with. Languages tend to go over time, the written form at least, from complex to simple. There's no
Right.
need to reform or revamp your language to make it more complicated than it is already.
Right. That would be like taking, and the reason for that, in case people question the logic there, is because you're never going to go backwards. That's like having a specifically defined word for something, a word like school, and then us going back before that word existed to use a more expansive definition, right? As our languages get more specific, you have no reason to go backwards. And that's essentially, I'm just heading off that argument as just being ridiculous by highlighting this. But I want to note that I considered it so that people don't say, oh, you didn't look at the fact that the characters say they've been altered. I'm talking not just characters, I'm talking structure of these languages. And so let's move to that slide 2 forward. This is to highlight what I was saying. The Book of Mormon makes these claims that Egyptian would save space relative to Hebrew. So what did I do? I pulled this extract from an ancient Egyptian manuscript from around 1200 BC that talks about the origins of Anubis back when he was a human. I actually didn't know that was his backstory, called an extract from the tale of two brothers. And so you can see there on the slide, it's on the left-hand screen of the slide.
Two brothers, you mean like Jesus and Lucifer in the premortal existence?
Oh my goodness, you just gave the apologists another parallel. Good job, RFM.
That's where apologists go to. Everything is viewed through Mormonism, so they see connections everywhere.
Yeah. And I do, since we're talking about this linguistic stuff, I want people to understand I'm not a linguist. I'm not an expert in languages, but I have gone through this very carefully. I spent a lot of time this week going through this, and I talked to people who are experts in these fields to make sure what I'm saying is not out there or crazy. I talked with both an anthropologist and a linguist this week to make sure that what I'm saying isn't inaccurate. So on the left-hand slide, people can see I have the first two sentences of this extract from A Tale of Two Brothers. I'll read the English text. It says, his brother elder became like Panther's southern. That sounds weird, but it's because in some languages, the modifiers of a noun come after. Spanish can work that way sometimes. The second sentence then said, he made sharp his dagger, he placed it in his hand. And so earlier I talked about these determinatives that Egyptian characters can use. So the characters that have the little stars next to them are the determinatives. They can see that in the table. So for example, the word brother, or the word the characters that are translated to mean brother, the determinative is that male looking figure, which makes sense. The root word there is probably like sibling, and then it's saying like male sibling. That's how a determinative works. As I was looking at tables of determinatives, a lot of them were the same character. So like a character of a man can be like a worker, and then whatever like tool or apparatus he had in his hand was the determinative of like what he did. So if it was like a scythe, he was a farmer. If it was a sword, he could be a soldier. I just want to highlight that that's the determinatives I was talking about. And then the syllabic characters are marked by a little cross. So those are the non-Egyptian characters that are in here, just so people can understand how it works. On the right-hand side, I then have Hebrew, Genesis 1:1. So I think it's Barashit Bar Elohim, which is in the beginning, created God, the heavens, and the earth. So I have these two texts to compare the density of English text, the information that we would understand, to characters. To really drive this home, if you'll go forward one more slide.
If you'll hang on just a second, let me make the observation that it looks like Hebrew is more dense than not only than Egyptian, but also maybe more than English.
Yeah.
It's almost equal with English, but it looks like it's a lot more dense than the Egyptian.
Yeah. So what I did, so that I'm not comparing two different things, that was just to give people a feeling for how Hebrew and Egyptian would look with a Hebrew text that they have some experience with, the text of Genesis 1:1. What I did here is I did a translation on using Google Translate, taking the first two sentences. I counted the number of characters that are used as far as Egyptian characters. What I counted as a character was every individual pen mark. I didn't count the determinative marks or basically the notations that are there, but I counted every single character separately. I counted the number of English words, and I did that for both Egyptian and Hebrew. So the first sentence, his elder brother, I have bother in there. Whoops. His elder brother became like Southern Panthers, was 33 Egyptian characters. That equated to 7 English words that then, when translated, became 33 Hebrew characters. The second sentence, he made sharp his dagger, and this is what you noticed. He made sharp his dagger, he placed it in his hand, was 41 Egyptian characters, 11 English words, and only 33 Hebrew characters. What this means is that this conception that the author of Mormon 9 had about the way Egyptian and Hebrew worked relative to each other is not just incorrect, it's actually, in some cases, depending on the phrases that we're using, completely backwards. That the Hebrew was that the Hebrew was character denser than the Egyptian. That second sentence, at least, took more Egyptian characters than Hebrew characters.
Well, the first sentence, it's a wash because it takes 33 characters, both in Egyptian and in Hebrew, to say the same thing. The second sentence is amazing because it takes 33 Hebrew characters and 41 Egyptian characters. So it takes even more, about 25%, maybe 30% more Egyptian characters to write the same thing in Egyptian than it would take to write it in Hebrew.
Right. And to just drive this home, will you go to the next slide? I'm doing a better job of breaking down my middle of thought conclusions like you did last time. I admired that. So this is to, again, bring people back to the text of Mormon 9. And if our plates had been sufficiently large, we should have written in Hebrew. So here's my conclusion of what I've just offered. The author of this text in Mormon 9 has a demonstrated misunderstanding of the information density of hieroglyphic Egyptian compared to Hebrew. Again, I used hieroglyphic Egyptian rather than hieratic or demotic because that's actually the hardest case for me, for the case that I'm making. And that's the characters that go back 3200 BC. This misunderstanding of the way reality works, all by itself, is completely fatal to the Book of Mormon being viewed as a literal historical record, because this claim is incorporated into the Book of Mormon's narrative about itself and why it exists. The point being, if this claim is not true, why does the Book of Mormon exist? That's the conclusion. However, it gets a little bit better.
Really?
Which is I'm now going to show how this misunderstanding of how Egyptian worked was not just a popularly held belief in Joseph Smith's time, but how it was a misconception held by Joseph Smith himself, and how we know that based on his work with the Egyptian material that came into his possession starting in 1835. You've moved to the next slide, and what we have here is we have two excerpts. Oh no, you're perfect. What we have here is two excerpts from the Book of Abraham manuscripts that I pulled from the Joseph Smith Papers Project, as well as the English translation there from the transcript. There were different manuscripts kept of the Book of Abraham. For folks that want to wrap their head around the Book of Abraham translation documents, the grammar and alphabet of the Egyptian language, both of which and those are separate, but both of which we're going to talk about today, I can point people to no better resource than Dan Vogel's book. I think it's Book of Abraham Apologetics, a Review and Critique, or something like that. Man, when what Dan is saying really clicked with me, it really unlocked a lot about not just the Book of Abraham, but I'll go ahead and say, since this is the affirmative case I'm offering, that I think Joseph Smith's mistaken understanding of how Egyptian worked is the smoking gun to understand where the Book of Mormon comes from and is completely fatal to his claims to be a prophet. That's kind of aside the point. But what I have here is I have two excerpts from the Book of Abraham manuscripts. The first is in the handwriting of scribe Frederick G. Williams. The second is in the handwriting of Warren Parrish. These were both written in 1835. And what we have is one character that then equates to this English sentence. And this is matched in both of the manuscripts. I sought for mine appointment unto the priesthood according to the appointment of God unto the fathers concerning the seed. That comes from one character in the left-hand side of either the margin or on the left-hand side of the page that then the entire sentence of text comes from. First of all, one thing that's very interesting to me when we just think about this practically for a second, how in the world would one character equate to that level of meaning? Look at how many different, look at the syntax of that sentence. It would be impossible for one character to convey that much information. I feel pretty confident saying that, even though I'm not a linguist, because there's so many modifiers and possessives and all these different things that go into that sentence. One character cannot have generated that much meaning, but that's what Joseph Smith said.
If it did, you would have to have 1 million characters in your alphabet.
Exactly. There'd be no use to a language like that. You would have to look up every single character with all of its sentences with all these levels of meaning every time. It would be a completely unworkable language. And just to make the point that I am not snipping the worst cases here, let's go to the next slide to look at another example. This is where Joseph Smith, this again comes from the Book of Abraham materials, and this is where I didn't have the English text here because it's voluminous. It's like a whole paragraph, but people can see I have one character, or maybe it's a grouping of two characters in the left-hand margin, and that is like an entire handwritten paragraph of text. And then just to really drive the point home, I have that excerpt from our Tale of Two Brothers there of the translation to the English word his. The translation of the English word his has, as I count them, 4 characters, because we're not considering that editor's note. We've got the little goose, the two like feather looking reed things, and then another character. 4 characters become the one English word his. And yet what Joseph Smith's Egyptian work confirms is that Joseph Smith thought 2 characters in Egyptian could equate to a whole paragraph of text. Again, to drive home that I'm not, cherry picking the worst evidence. Can you go to the next slide as well? So there I see a grouping in Joseph Smith's handwriting, or I'm sorry, in the scribe's handwriting of, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 characters at best, depending on how you characterize it. I'm counting 6 completely separate little markations there. That again translates to an entire paragraph of text. And then I have another word I selected just kind of randomly from the Tale of Two Brothers, the English word brother, which is, as I count it, 2 distinct and very involved characters. So the point again, I know I'm kind of belittling this, but as you can see there at the
We're
bottom,
belaboring it.
I am belaboring it.
You said belittling. Maybe you're doing both. I don't know.
I am doing a little bit of both. But actually, what I wanted to highlight is if you see the very bottom there, I have the paragraph of text, and then I have this other character at the bottom that translates to a sentence. Who was the daughter of Aaron? And so what I did was I pulled the translation of the word brother, because here we're dealing with a familiar relationship, right? Brother is 2 characters, and somehow who was the daughter of Aaron amounts to 1 character in Joseph Smith's way that he understood how Egyptian worked.
Joseph Smith obviously viewed Egyptian as an extremely dense and compact language, and a very few, and even one symbol could result in sentences and paragraphs.
Yes, and this was a very popular view to hold in Joseph Smith's day before the code had been cracked. They believed that Egyptian almost had this arcane, mystical element to it.
Mm-hmm.
So all of the quotes that I've pulled come directly from, or all the manuscript snippets that we've just looked at come from the actual Book of Abraham manuscripts. There's another document that I think is important that people understand, which is the grammar and alphabet of the Egyptian language. Now, this gets confused sometimes. The grammar and alphabet of the Egyptian language, again, I'd point people to Dan's book, but the grammar and alphabet of the Egyptian language was a separate project that was highly related to it was part of the Kirtland Egyptian materials, but it wasn't directly used in the Book of Abraham the way that people think, like a manuscript. But this quote on the screen comes from the scholars of the Joseph Smith Papers Project and how they view the grammar and alphabet of the Egyptian language fitting into the Book of Abraham materials. Do you want to read that slide for us?
Sure. Joseph Smith and his associates retained the volume. Do you know what volume it is?
They're talking about this. It was in its
The
own
grammar and alphabet, which I think of as like it's like a dictionary.
correct,
Like Egyptian to English, and it's called the grammar and alphabet. That's what it is. That's what they called it, but it's like a dictionary. Joseph Smith and his associates retained the volume and later used it several times in 1842 and 1843. I know what one of those times was.
Mm-hmm.
The volume was used extensively when Joseph Smith and his associates published Facsimile 2 and its accompanying explanation in March 1842. The following spring, 6 brass plates were dug out of an Indian burial mound near Kinderhook, Illinois, after they'd been planted there, by the way. They were dug out and brought to Nauvoo, Illinois for Joseph Smith to translate. One of the men who unearthed the plates had manufactured them and planted them in a mound to deceive local Mormons, including Joseph Smith. According to one source, Joseph Smith looked at the plates and then, quote, compared them with his Egyptian alphabet, an apparent reference to the grammar and alphabet volume.
The only reason I've included this slide is because we're going to look at one more example of how Joseph Smith thought that Egyptian worked on the next slide. And it is a convenient dodge I've heard from some apologists to say, well, we don't know how involved Joseph Smith was in the creation of the grammar and alphabet of the Egyptian language. Similar to how we said last time, Austin, your arguments aren't with us. They're with B.H. Roberts. Your arguments aren't with me. Your arguments are with the scholars that the church has hired at the Joseph Smith Papers Project, because they're not only seeing a link between what Joseph Smith said and did with the Book of Abraham and the grammar and alphabet of the Egyptian language, they see it directly. They say the volume was used extensively when Joseph Smith and his associates published Facsimile number 2, which is canonized LDS scripture in the Book of Abraham today, and its accompanying explanation in March 1842. This to me just shows that we can't walk away from Joseph Smith's involvement with the creation of this document. I think it's entirely fair of me to say the grammar and alphabet of the Egyptian language is representative of what Joseph Smith thought. That's my point here.
Half of being an apologist for the church is to give Joseph Smith alibis. Mm-hmm. An alibi means, of course, technically, that you weren't where the crime was committed. You were somewhere else, and you can prove it, so you couldn't have committed the crime. So when things start going to hell when it comes to the Egyptian, the grammar and alphabet of the Egyptian language, and it's shown to be not correct in any way, it's fantastical. Well, we got to get Joseph Smith out of the room. We got to get him somewhere else. So we'll blame it on the scribes and say Joseph Smith wasn't really involved in it. If you're a person like Michelle Stone, who doesn't like polygamy in the early days, right, we'll get Joseph Smith out of the room. He didn't have anything to do with it. And we will do all sorts of mental gymnastics in order to give him an alibi while all this crazy stuff is going on right under his nose and behind his back. So this is an example of that.
Exactly. In fact, the scholars of the Joseph Smith Papers even say, because I pulled one paragraph of many that people can read, and I would encourage people to go look at the grammar and alphabet of the Egyptian language themselves on their website, because it's crazy interesting to leaf through and see. But they even say directly, quote, "It is likely that Joseph Smith knew and approved of the work that Phelps and Parrish were doing," because the handwriting in the grammar and alphabet of the Egyptian language is W.W. Phelps and Warren Parrish.
Very good.
So to the next slide, you kind of already hinted at this, but if people see at the top of the slide, it has this 5th D or 5th degree. This is maybe tangential to the point, but Joseph Smith thought that Egyptian had degrees similar to like how Mandarin Chinese has tones. So like the phrase mama can be completely different depending on uptone, downtone. And it's been a long time since I learned like the very basics of Mandarin back when I traveled there after high school. But the point is, that has no relationship to reality. Like, Egyptian never had degrees. What Joseph Smith thought was like that one character in the first degree would mean like a man. And then that same character in the second degree, usually indicated by like either an additional dot or an underlined line, would expand that idea in meaning. So it would be like a king instead of a man. The second degree would then be a king. And then you would get to the fifth degree and it would be like God Almighty sitting on his throne, the same character to the fifth degree. That is, I've heard nothing other than that is complete nonsense. That is not the way Egyptian worked in any of the forms that we know. And again, what we see here is how Joseph Smith takes one Egyptian character, translates it. The one I see there in the middle of the page, I think it says Ketumen with like a circle looking character. And we see again an entire paragraph of text, or with the characters that he gives a little less explanation for, an entire sentence. It has no relationship to the Egyptian that we looked at earlier. Do you have any thoughts on this slide?
I think you're doing a great job of explaining it. This also goes to show why it is that Joseph Smith selected Egyptian, at least for the purposes of the fact that he only has a limited number of plates. He's got this small, if he put them together, and I know there's controversy about it, but let's say that there were plates, okay. They're a small set, 6 by 6 by 8 or something like that, and 2/3 of them are sealed.
Right.
So you've only got this small set of plates on the top, and that's supposed to include not only the Book of Mormon as we have it today, but also the 116 lost pages.
Right.
There's no way that could have been written on those plates unless Joseph Smith is thinking that the Egyptian allows one character to be interpreted in such an expansive fashion.
That's exactly right. And if you'll go to my next slide, it actually draws out this conclusion. So we've already talked about our first conclusion, which is the critical assumption that the author of Mormon 9 has is that Reformed Egyptian in some way saves space when compared to Hebrew. No form of Egyptian appears to appreciably save space when compared to Hebrew. This does not appear to be true, but it must be true, again, because it's a claim the Book of Mormon makes about why it exists for the Book of Mormon to exist. Now, as we've looked at how Joseph Smith viewed Egyptian, this is my second conclusion, which is that Joseph Smith's work on the Book of Abraham and the other Egyptian translation projects that he did demonstrates that Joseph Smith shared the same exact incorrect belief about how Egyptian worked that the author of Mormon 9 possessed. Again, a claim which isn't real. The Book of Mormon makes these claims about the way Egyptian works that isn't true. And it's the same exact misunderstanding we see in Joseph Smith's later work down the road with Egyptian. This is where I feel very strongly that Joseph Smith's misunderstanding of Egyptian is the smoking gun that blows a hole inside of viewing the Book of Mormon as a literal historical document. And I think you're muted.
I keep saying I'm going to go back and edit this, but I probably won't. What would it be? What would an RFM show be without me being muted every other time I want to say something? No, this is a fascinating point you brought up here, and I think it's a great argument. And I would ask Austin, if you're going to respond to anything we say, could you start with this? Start with this argument that Kolby has brought forth as he's enunciated it here, and let us know why that's not true.
Yeah, I agree. And I want to be clear that, as we kind of have already hinted at, we would be doing this for years if we responded to every single factual assertion that Austin makes and explaining why it's incorrect or why it builds the conclusion into the premises. So what I'm doing is essentially saying, Austin, you've recognized this link between Egyptian and Hebrew. This is highly relevant to what he's talking about. So if he attempts to call this a red herring, he'll again demonstrate that he doesn't know what a red herring is. This demonstrates that all the evidence he has on offer doesn't matter, because what we're again answering is, why would Joseph Smith build a second language into the narrative? We've already talked about why he probably needed to. What language would he have selected? We've already talked about why this is the only choice, really, that he would have gone with. Now, the last piece, well, actually, you inserted one slide, and then I'll hit the last piece.
I did. I just wanted to back up this idea that Egyptian was an ideographic language was something that was widely held even before Joseph Smith's day, during Joseph Smith's day, and he participated in that. This wasn't his original idea. He's just imbibing from his culture. So in Wikipedia, one paragraph under decipherment of Egyptian ancient scripts, the writing systems used in ancient Egypt were deciphered in the early 19th century through the work of several European scholars, especially Jean-Francois Champollion and Thomas Young. Ancient Egyptian forms of writing, which included the hieroglyphic, hieratic, and demotic scripts, ceased to be understood in the 4th and 5th centuries AD as the Coptic alphabet was increasingly used in their place. Now, here's the important part. Later generations, after the 4th and 5th centuries, later generations' knowledge of the older scripts was based on the work of Greek and Roman authors whose understanding was faulty. It was thus widely believed that Egyptian scripts were exclusively ideographic, which means they represent entire ideas, not just words or phonemes, representing ideas rather than sounds. Some attempts at decipherment by et cetera, let's see if there's anything, but perception of hieroglyphs as purely ideographic hampered efforts to understand them as late as the 18th century.
Yep, and that really drives home exactly what we're talking about. Not only do I think we'd be reasonable in assuming that Joseph Smith had this very popular misconception just based on the timeline and his education level, that's where I think my offering the Book of Abraham documents in the grammar and alphabet of the Egyptian language go even further, because we can see not just that we're presuming that Joseph Smith held the opinion most of the people he associated with would have held. We can see directly that he held that opinion because of what we just looked at over the last several slides.
Yes. Okay.
So going back to Austin's original question, as a reminder for people, how did Joseph Smith understand Egypt's cultural influence in Israel in 600 BC? Again, my proposed alternative question is, assuming Joseph Smith was not inspired, how likely was he to pick Egyptian as the second language of the Book of Mormon narrative? The answer is pretty freaking likely. It was the unknown and unknowable language. The second question is, how likely was he to be right that there's a connection between Egypt and Jerusalem? The answer again is pretty freaking likely for the history and the historical reasons we already gave. But just to round this out, if you'll go to the next slide.
I would just say that he could have asked the same question if it were Assyrian.
Right.
How likely was Joseph Smith to be right that there's a connection between Assyria and Jerusalem? How about Babylonia?
Just as easily.
The Hittites.
Right.
All of them had connections with Jerusalem because it is in that nutcracker position.
Right. Exactly. So again, the quote on the screen there, I'll read quickly. Ancient Egypt was the preeminent civilization in the Mediterranean world for almost 30 centuries, from its unification around 3100 BC to its conquest by Alexander the Great in 332 BC. And you highlighted that their downfall actually started a little earlier than that, and then they kind of like limped along in some mechanism for about 4 centuries. But what I have on the screen, aside from just the quote, which I pulled from just a National Geographic overview of the Egyptian history, is this this mural is part of what's found at the Libraries of Congress. This mural was created in the 19th century. It was a few decades after Joseph Smith died. But what I want to highlight is this mural that's in the Library of Congress is called Evolution of Civilization. And what it has, going from left to right, is it has the nation of France. It has America represented by science, and there's pictures that go along with each of them. It then it moves from America to a link between Egypt, and then it moves from Egypt to Judea. My point being, the point we've made over and over again with the links between Judea and Egypt in the Bible, is that this, I guess what I'm trying to say here is, what Austin's really saying is, how in the world could Joseph Smith have known there was a connection between Egypt and Judea? And if you're going to say that or ask that stupid question of Joseph Smith, you've also got to ask it for the people who created this mural in like the 1840s, 1850s, when it was painted on the Libraries of Congress. What I'm saying is, these connections that Austin hasn't really thought about any alternative explanation for, because he wants so badly for Joseph Smith to be a prophet, are entirely unremarkable.
Very good. I understand. By the way, it was some years ago when I finally discovered about Alexander the Great conquering Egypt, why it was a surprise to me that Cleopatra was Greek.
Nice. And I
Which
think
she was, of course.
I have one last little slide to round this out. So Austin's original question then becomes, well, how would Joseph Smith have ever imagined to think of incorporating a famously unknowable language into the Book of Mormon's narrative that linked Jerusalem with the major world superpower in its region for literally 3,000 years? Again, entirely unremarkable to me.
Yes, when you reframe the question like that, the answer doesn't seem that amazing.
It doesn't. I have a few other quick thoughts. This one I wanted to highlight because people say that we're mean and cynical, but I thought this was the best argument that Austin makes in the Light and Truth letter so far, which for people who see on the screen, we've got his text up there, him offering as a hit Jershon, which is in Alma 27:22. The Nephites give the converted anti-Nephi Lehites a place of land in their territory. The land Jershon is the land which we give unto our brethren for an inheritance. Basically, the hit is that if you squint slightly, and I actually feel like it's a fairly fair squint because Hebrew didn't have a letter J, so it can't have been Jershon. But if we guess that it was their character that looks like a Y, I think it's called a Yod, if I remember correctly.
It probably is. Like Jehovah was Yahweh.
Yeah. Then this does start to look like a legitimate hit. The one thing I do think is a problem for the way Austin said it is he says, doesn't this make a creative play on words in the Book of Mormon? How familiar was Joseph Smith with ancient Hebrew in 1829? Jershon and the word that apologists use as a hit isn't ancient Hebrew at all. It's the word today in modern Hebrew. So that's the one place where I felt like he was kind of playing cute with representing this evidence. But the reason people might say, well, if you think Jershon is an interesting argument or you think it's a legitimate hit, how would you explain it away? Going back to the analogy we used last time, which I do kind of want to use throughout this series, I don't need to explain how the forger came up with the 1899 ink or the 1899 paper to make the fraudulent silver certificate to know that it's a fraudulent silver certificate. And when we're dealing with so much textual evidence, especially the stuff we just went through, that is such a clear problem, it's an interesting hit. It's an interesting head scratcher for me, but a head scratcher is never going to overcome the level of evidence that indicates the Book of Mormon isn't what it purports to be, at least to me. Do you have any thoughts on this argument?
Yes, I'll just bring up this fact, okay? I always like this one. I always like this one as an apologist. It seemed clean. It seemed neat. I wasn't aware of the fact that it's not ancient Hebrew. Do you know if ancient Hebrew reflects the modern Hebrew here, or is it different? Do you know that?
Oh, I'm sure it would be representative, yeah.
Okay. But the thing is this, you've got 188 names, which they proclaim, he, Austin, following Brian Hale's lead, 188 proper names in the Book of Mormon that are not in the Bible. I think that's what they say. The problem is that the more names you throw in at random into something, the more likely you are to generate a hit with something else at random. And I liken this to playing Gin. You ever play Gin?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking about just 10 card Gin, right? And you've got to get four. You got three sets, one of four, and then three, right? And they can either be groupings or melds, or they can be runs.
Right.
Okay. And the whole idea, we all know what Gin is. So you've got 10 cards. If you were to be dealt a Gin hand, that would happen once in 10 years, maybe, right? If you're playing regularly, because that's really unlikely. And you have to work at it and everything. The thing is this, that's because you got 10 cards. If you have 20 cards, all of a sudden, your options of getting Gin with the 4, the 3, and the 3, right? Go up dramatically to the point where if you've got all the cards in the deck, well, you've got Gin all over the place.
Right.
So the more you increase the number of potential hits, the more likely a random connection is going to happen.
Yeah. The only other thought I had on this, that's a great point. It kind of goes hand in hand with your birthday, the birthday paradox that we talked about last time. The only other thought I had on this is if we're taking Mormon 9 at representing accurately what happened, it says that they altered the Hebrew. So one of the things that's interesting to me about this is I'm not sure why these count as hits if the Book of Mormon literally says that the people altered the Hebrew. As far as like at least a potential explanation for where Joseph Smith may have learned this, I would point people again to the work of our mutual friend, Dr. Randy Bell. I asked Randy about this and whether Hiram's education at Moore's Indian Charity School would have included a Hebrew component, and Randy said yes, that it would have. And so, at least as far as an explanation for where it could have come up with, because it does look like a pretty compelling hit. The narrative literally says that it was the land Jershon. It incorporates this idea of an inheritance, and that's what the word Jershon, again, if you squint at it a little bit, means in Hebrew. It is a pretty impressive hit. So that would be my likely explanation for where it came from.
I got to tell you, though, the Book of Mormon, like you said, makes this hit meaningless.
Right.
Because this, although it's way before Mormon, it's in the substantial section that was abridged by Mormon, using the language at the end of the 1,000 years, which he tells us, or which at least Moroni tells us, has been altered by us such that nobody knows it. So if he's abridging a record using that language and he comes up with Jershon, I don't know, maybe he's just transcribing the name over exactly as it was, right? Okay, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. That's a good hit for the Book of Mormon, and I don't think we have to be ashamed to recognize it.
Exactly. We can call legitimate hits when they look interesting and compelling. I do think that is compelling evidence. It just is not nearly even equivalent to the weighting of the evidence on the other side. So it doesn't really cause me a whole lot of heartburn. Now that I've praised one of the best arguments, I think, or I actually do think this is the best argument in the Light and Truth letter so far, the bad arguments in the Light and Truth letter also continue before turning over to you. Austin says this: critics may find it uncomfortable that many characters in the characters document, for people who aren't familiar, what he's talking about is the characters document is a purported document that John Whitmer copied that was either related to or somehow connected to the document that Martin Harris gave to Charles Anton. And that kind of saga is detailed, or at least Joseph Smith's take on that saga is detailed in the Doctrine and Covenants. But that's the document that he's talking about. He says, as stated previously, parallels are generally not conclusive proof of authenticity. However, how do critics explain that characters in the characters document resemble ancient American and Egyptian characters? And I'll have a slide that shows the connection that he's seeing because it's pretty funny. But he offers the work here. He says, geologist, civil engineer, and professional translator Jerry Grover provides an over 400-page analysis available for free online of the characters document and its potential connections to ancient Egyptian, Hebrew, and Mayan languages. The following pages contain samples of visuals and commentary that are found on Phil McKell's supportingevidences.net website in the Reformed Egyptian and Hebrew section. So I've circled the word there, professional translator, because if someone's telling you that they're working from someone else's work and that person is a professional translator and they're talking about translating Egyptian, Hebrew, and Mayan languages, what would you reasonably assume that person was a professional translator in, RFM?
Those languages.
Yeah. So if we actually go to the next slide.
And apparently he's a professional translator in between being a geologist and civil engineer.
Yes. I think it's important that geologist and civil engineer all came before professional translator.
And usually that's a career. And if you say professional, it means it's a career. You do it for a living.
Yeah. If we go to the next slide, this is where I pulled this right from Jerry Grover's own website where people can find his book. He's talking about the characters document and says, I have been able to translate the entire document. I need to make it clear that I am not an Egyptologist or a Mayanist, although I have been interested in ancient Mesoamerica for some time. I wonder why. I do speak a few languages, Chinese and Italian, and I've worked with my wife on and off as a translator and interpreter for the last 25 years, mostly in Italian. But have delved into a few other languages.
Oh my gosh. Off and on as a translator in Italian, is a professional translator in the Light on Truth letter. That's why it's called the Light on Truth letter.
Yeah. I would also guarantee. So Jerry Grover actually commented on our last episode. So I want to be real cognizant of that and be kind to Jerry. I have legitimately tried to read Jerry's book multiple times. I've watched a presentation of him that's at least on Fair Mormon's website of him talking about the methodology he applied. I'm trying to be really charitable here. I cannot make heads or tails of what he has done in this 400-page book claiming to have translated the characters document. I really cannot. I don't understand it. If people look at it themselves, what I see, or the real obvious problem I see, is that Jerry has pulled characters from all over that document and then compared them to these different languages and is finding meaning there. He essentially believes it was like a title page of the Book of Mosiah. That's basically what he translates it to.
Because there is no title page on the Book of Mosiah.
Correct. And so he thinks that this is where, John Whitmer or Joseph or Martin Harris pulled characters from for the characters document.
By the way, when I'm talking about introduction, what I mean is the italicized part at the beginning of the book, which pretty much all the books in the Book of Mormon have, which are represented as being part of the original translation on the plates, except for Mosiah is missing that introduction, and it is hypothesized that that's because of the Mosiah priority thing going on.
Yeah. So I guess all I'll say about Jerry's translation is I can't discern whether it's accurate or inaccurate. I'll just say that it would be rather surprising to me if someone who has no experience in Egyptology or Mayan languages was able to upend both of those fields simultaneously by translating the characters document. Again, trying to be really kind to him here, because maybe he did. That does happen from time to time, where experts in a field get so locked in and captured by the previous work in that field. But until someone else who has training in those fields is able to review and verify that Jerry's work is correct, he has some poll quotes from people on his website, but they're not linked with any names or anything. And they're also not like, wow, you cracked the code and now we've learned something about Egyptian and Mayan that we never understood before. I think that's about as charitable as I want to say. But since we're responding to Austin and not Jerry, here's what I wanted to say. I would guarantee Austin has absolutely no understanding of what that 400-page document that Jerry wrote means, or that he could explain it in his own words, because I tried for hours this week, and I've tried before when I've encountered Jerry's work in the past, and I can't figure it out. And all Austin had, again, if you'll go back a slide, was literally 2 sentences talking about how this work exists.
Yes.
Without, any verification that he understands it in any way.
Absolutely. Well, there's 2 things going on. First off, you're assuming that you're smarter than Austin. And if you can't figure it out, he can't figure it out. And the second thing is, you would understand everything that's going on in Jerry Grover's book if you only understood Italian. Buongiorno.
Oh, molto bene. Okay.
All right. Are you ready to go on?
I'm ready for one last slide, and then I'll turn the time over.
Oh, okay.
So let's look at, this is actually a picture of the characters document. And let's actually look at what Austin was claiming is, why does the characters document have ancient characters or characters that we find on other ancient like monuments in the characters document? You can see the quote there. How did a farmer from upstate New York with limited resources and education manage to create characters that have been discovered in ancient writings? I want people to look at the screen and look at the characters that he's pointing to. One of them looks like a lowercase t. It's 2 crossed lines. Another of them kind of looks like a base symbol. It's just like a curved line, almost like a C backwards or an E backwards. That is entirely unremarkable. What he's saying is, how in the world could Joseph Smith have ever invented characters like this? Or really, however could 2 people have invented characters like this? We could find a parallel right there with that character and English. It looks like a lowercase t, or it looks like an X. And that was my point of this overall section. That's why I didn't worry too much about delving into Jerry's book, is the connections that he's seeing between ancient things and the characters document. It would be really impressive if he had one of the really distinctive looking characters, right? That's where we'd have an actual compelling piece of evidence. Instead, when we really dig down into the details, the evidence is so scant. It's so subjective. It's so, yeah, maybe, if you kind of squint at it. And that's, again, where I'll bring people back to what I said at the top of the show. We are ultimately, when we're talking about the truth of Mormonism, we are talking about the truth of the proposition that there is a maximally or an all-powerful creator of the universe that loves you like a father and wants you to believe and wants to communicate with you, that promised in the words of Jesus Christ, ask and ye shall receive, for every one that asketh receiveth. Is that the type of evidence that we should really base our belief on that proposition in? Or should we believe that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence? Going back to that line from Hume and then kind of his, I view them as his protege, Carl Sagan. Carl said once, it is dangerous to believe things just because you want them to be true. And when you look at the hits that Austin's finding here while ignoring all the misses, to me, it's a clear indication that he wants there to be evidence so bad that he's willing to settle for entirely unremarkable evidence. And I personally just don't feel like it would be reasonable to believe that this is what God would want me to base my belief on, because I could believe in basically anything based on this same quality of evidence.
And I think the problem is, even though I did this all the time when I was an apologist, now that I've been an attorney for almost 35 years now, the main problem here is that I think the game itself gives away the game. And that is, if there are similar, even if there were identical glyphs between different languages anciently and this characters document, and they're where the arrows are all pointed, why aren't they all the same? Why aren't they all ancient? Why don't they all have corollaries? As soon as you start pointing out a few, you give away the game that if those have any significance, then all of them should be identifiable as ancient characters. And hopefully they should be something related to Egyptian. And then hopefully you'd be able to read the damn things and it would make sense. And you'd be able to see where it is in the Book of Mormon, right? And match it up. And that would be proof positive. It's all these places that Mormonism has and claims that they make and used to make, and a lot of them they've abandoned now, but that if they could prove them true, Mormonism would be proven. And the Book of Mormon would be proven to be an ancient, authentic record and correctly translated. But it all falls apart.
Right. And some believers may say, well, you guys are talking about evidence. What about faith? And I guess that's then where I'd pivot and say, if it's about believing these things based on faith, why are apologists always talking about evidence? They need to pick a lane and stick with it. Even Paul acknowledged that the things of God are foolishness to a man of the world, something to that effect. And my point is, I just often get frustrated at this double standard of not being able to pick a lane. Like, is it about evidence? Is there evidence that these things are true? Or do you believe it based on faith? Because those are two entirely different conversations. I don't necessarily, this sounds callous maybe, but I don't necessarily really care about the faith conversation. What people want to believe and what they want to find meaning in is entirely their prerogative. But if we're talking about evidence, that's where we really need to focus and think about evidence the way that critical thinking tells us to.
Well, this document describes all of that perfectly. And this illustration, where this is evidence, where the lines point to, that's the evidence. Everything else is faith.
Right.
Even though the everything else is faith should have lines pointed to them, and that should be evident. All right, now for my section of this presentation, where Austin 5 goes into Hebrewisms in the Book of Mormon as evidence that the Book of Mormon is authentic. I'm going to go right for the granddaddy of all the Hebrewisms in the Book of Mormon. But first, I can't resist taking two stops before I get there. And the first one has to do with this particular Hebrewism as it's set forth in the Light on Truth letter. And it came to pass. I give him credit for quoting Mark Twain, and it came to pass was Joseph Smith's pet. If he had left that out, his Bible would have been only a pamphlet, Mark Twain. And now he's going to try and use this to his benefit. The Book of Mormon uses the phrase, and it came to pass 1,404 times. The Old Testament of the King James Version uses the same phrase 727 times. So 700, it's about twice as many, right? As the Old Testament it's used. Yep. And it came to pass as a translation of the Hebrew word, Wayahi. The King James Version of the Old Testament translates Wayahi as, and it came to pass. And it happened. None of this makes any difference. This is total filler. We don't care what it's translated from Hebrew. The connection is between the Bible and the Book of Mormon. I think Joseph Smith had a Bible. Oh, wait. Yes, he did. And he read it a lot. The King James Version of the Old Testament, etc. Likely, the different phrases are used in translation for variety's sake. In all, there are 1,204 instances of Wayahi in the Hebrew Bible. Okay, I don't understand why there's... Okay, but 727 times it's translated and it came to pass in the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible. Got it. The Old Testament and Book of Mormon use and it came to pass in the more narrative sections. The more literary parts lack that phrase. As a more narrative text, extensive use of it came to pass shows the Book of Mormon's ancient Hebrew fingerprints. How did Joseph Smith figure that out? Okay, this is remarkable. I'm not persuaded. I don't find this compelling evidence. I don't even think this moves the needle. All it shows is that Joseph Smith read the Bible, saw it came to pass all over the place, and he replicated it in the Book of Mormon. Austin even says that the Book of Mormon is more narrative. So of course it's going to have more, and it came to pass, because and it came to pass is a narrative form. You don't use it in the literary sections. You don't put and it came to pass in a sermon because you're busy giving the sermon. The beginning of the sermon is, and it came to pass that King Benjamin gave the sermon. And at the end of the sermon, it's, and it came to pass that King Benjamin went somewhere and did something else. It's a narrative function. So of course, the Book of Mormon, being more narrative than the Old Testament, is going to have, and it came to pass more. This is completely unsurprising to me. And yet in Austin's hands, he performs the alchemy of making the mundane into evidence that the Book of Mormon is true. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I would start with how did Joseph Smith figure that out? The way Austin contextualizes the question is completely incorrect. That's presupposing that Joseph Smith figured it out. The real question is, why is that phrase used in the Book of Mormon? And if we assume that Joseph Smith wasn't inspired, ironically, Austin gives the explanation right there. He used the phrase because he was writing a text. Again, going back to the example we used last episode, he's using the Bible as a lead-in, as a prelude to the Book of Mormon's narrative. So it should be entirely unsurprising if that phrase is used 727 times in the Old Testament, that Joseph Smith noticed that phrase was used a lot in the Old Testament and incorporated it into his narrative that uses the Old Testament as a jumping off point. That is entirely unremarkable. The thing that is most remarkable about this entire slide is that Austin doesn't see how uncompelling that is as evidence, because he can't even conceive of the fact that Joseph Smith may have been making this up. If you view it through that lens and just say for a second, let's consider that hypothesis, the evidence of how he did it with this piece of evidence that he thinks is significant is right there. Like, he gives the answer in the way he frames the question.
And yet he cannot see it. This is the kind of magic trick that if I'm reading a magic book to learn magic tricks, as I read many of when I was younger, I wouldn't even perform this. I wouldn't even try it because it's so obvious. Everybody would get it. Everybody would figure it out. It's a dumb trick. Next trick, please.
This is the equivalent of got your nose, is what you're saying.
Got your nose. Absolutely. Very good. So there's another way station I have to stop at before I get to the granddaddy of all the Hebrewisms.
Your friend.
Because I could not believe this. We talked about this yesterday. We already had this thing already set up, and I was talking with you, and I said, oh, I forgot Alma. How could I forget Alma? He has Alma in there. Not Alma again. Bill Reel and I have had a years-long back and forth fight with Dr. Daniel C. Peterson over his use of the name Alma as a male name, two men's names in the Book of Mormon, as evidence that the Book of Mormon is ancient. And the problem is, well, I tell you what, I'm not even going to go into the problem, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a clip actually of Bill Reel and I on a prior episode of Mormonism Live where we deal with this.
Yep.
It'll give me a chance to rest my voice. It's really entertaining, because here is what the Light and Truth letter says about Alma. Alma was widely seen as a woman's name with Semitic or Latin roots. It still is today, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Critics panned Joseph Smith for this obvious mistake. This is the only quote they can come up with, other than some kind of sort of letter exchange that Dan Peterson had with some, I think it was James White, some evangelical anti-Mormon that he would have running gunfights with on paper. So here's what Walter Martin says. Alma is supposed to be a prophet of God and of Jewish ancestry in the Book of Mormon. In Hebrew, Alma means a betrothed virgin maiden. Hardly a fitting name for a man. Now, all of that is correct, okay? He says hardly a fitting name for a man. That's his opinion. But it is true that in Hebrew, Alma means a betrothed virgin maiden, all right? This is the famous word that got translated from Hebrew into Greek in the Septuagint of a virgin shall conceive. All right. And then it got carried over as virgin into the New Testament.
That's Isaiah 9, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
A lot of good stuff in Isaiah 9. Since 1830, evidence, once again, still in the letter, since 1830, evidence has confirmed that Alma is an ancient Semitic male name. True. This evidence includes the 1961 discovery. I thought it was 68, but I'll go with whatever he says. 61 discovery of the Bar Kokhba letters, where Alma, son of Judah, is named in ancient Israel. How did Joseph Smith know? Here we go with the questions. How did Joseph Smith know that Alma was an ancient male name in ancient Israel? Well, we don't know that he did. Why did Joseph Smith not amend the Book of Mormon when his critics mocked him? Well, because they didn't mock him at the time. There's no record at all that I'm aware of, and I looked, of any anti-Mormons or critics material about the Book of Mormon ever criticizing this part of the Book of Mormon, except until you get to 1978. So when he says, why did Joseph Smith not amend the Book of Mormon when his critics mocked him? There's no evidence they did on this issue. Have any critics apologized to Joseph Smith yet? Well, that's probably unlikely. So that's his segment on the name Alma in the Book of Mormon and what it purports to demonstrate. So this goes way back. This is a blog post that Daniel C. Peterson has at Sic et Non, which is the name he came up with. I think it's this and that. It's Latin. It's hoity-toity. Don't ask me. So, but he used to go around giving these fireside presentations. A lot of them were videotaped about evidences for the Book of Mormon. And he would invariably come to the name Alma, which he would talk about as an evidence for the Book of Mormon along the same lines as what Austin just borrowed from and presented in his Light on Truth letter. And finally, he gets to this point. This is Daniel C. Peterson's blog. It's July 31st. It's 2019 by Dan Peterson. And he titles it Alma, Deception, and I. Because I and Bill Reel, who was really the guy who was up in his grill, kept calling him out publicly for using this as an evidence for the Book of Mormon when there were tons of men and young men and boys, Joseph Smith's age, in his community in New York, in Palmyra, who were named Alma, which kind of blows this whole argument out of the water. So I wanted to say this too, because I was kind of surprised. I wanted to get some of the comments. There's a reason I wanted to get some of the comments out of this particular blog post by Daniel C. Peterson back in 2019, Alma, Deception, and I. And you notice there's that yellow line, right? I have a yellow highlight under what's not there. Because if we go to this most recent one from December 4th, 2024 by Dan Peterson, We Press On, you'll notice that to the right of his name, there's 5 comments. There were a ton of comments in Alma, Deception, and I. And one of them was a guy named Dr. Detroit who kept throwing all of these huge lists of Alma who were men in Daniel C. Peterson's face to make him finally acknowledge the fact that there were men named Alma in Joseph Smith's time and in his neighborhood. And but those are gone. Those are absolutely gone. And I thought, is Daniel C. Peterson hiding something? Did he not like the comments? Is that why he deleted them? And I will tell you, I thought I had something juicy, but I thought, I got to do my due diligence here. So I spent about 30 minutes yesterday going through his Sic et Non. And what I found out is that it appears that at some point, all of his articles that go back to like 2012, he's been doing this a long time, have the comments just sort of get vanished. They get lost.
So it's a time-based thing, you think?
I think so, because his more recent ones, like this one from December 4th, still have the comments on them. But fortunately, some of those comments are still preserved because Bill Reel and I did this on Mormonism Live just a few years ago. So if we can go to that, let me see here. I think this is, it was part of our review of A Marvelous Work and a Wonder. We call it A Marvelous Work and a Blunder, part 2. And let me see here if I can get this up here on the screen, because what I want to do is I want to go to the slides so I can play this right off the slide. Okay, and let me see here. Hang on a second. Let's see if this works. If it does, it'll be a miracle.
Section here is section 2, part B, Hebrew names, such as Alma.
Can you hang on just a second?
Yeah.
Because I got to tell you the story on Alma. I won't tell you the whole story. We'll get to the whole story on Alma.
I love it.
But honestly, when this came out 12 days ago, I saw that it had dropped. And I sent it to you. I sent it to Maeve. I sent it to, I think, Rebecca, to let you know that it had dropped, because obviously we're going to want to talk about it at some point. And I had not had a chance to start watching it. I was doing something else. And you're watching it, and I'm seeing your text come back, and you're saying Alma, exclamation point. And I'm going, you got to be kidding me. They're not talking about Alma again, are they? As a name, as proof, and as evidence of the Book of Mormon. I thought we had driven a stake in Alma's heart, cut his head off his body, buried them in separate locations 5 years ago. And now here he comes back from the grave to haunt us again.
Yeah. We are going to take that dead horse and we're going to beat the living hell out of it once again, because this is such a horrible apologetic approach. So with that, here is, I believe, the first video as soon as it shows up.
Have you brought any other examples?
Are names. There are some Hebrew names in the Book of Mormon that were unknown to the world when Joseph Smith translated the Book of Mormon. I'll give you one example that I really, really like, and it's the name Alma. Now, when Joseph Smith translated the Book of Mormon, as you know, the name Alma appears many, many times there. Yeah. And some of the people who didn't understand the Book of Mormon thought maybe Joseph had borrowed the word Alma from the Latin or the Spanish.
Yes,
is it also in the Spanish?
Alma means soul.
Soul, yes.
Spirit.
And they thought, okay, he must have borrowed it from the Latin. But the name Alma was discovered in a legal deed in a cave south of the Dead Sea Scrolls caves. And it was discovered, and it has the name Alma, the son of Judah, written in Hebrew.
So
it's a Hebrew word. Now, this letter or deed is dated to around 132 AD. So it's centuries before Joseph Smith brought forth the Book of Mormon.
Okay, Bill. You want to talk about this, or shall I? Going back, 5 years. I want you to. Can you tell the story? You let me know if you want me to, because there we are. This is an early episode. What episode? This is number 4. It says Mormonism Live, number 4, the rise and fall of Alma as apologetic. This is from, what is it from? Is it 2019? No, it's 2020, because it's this show, but we're talking about what happened in 2019, right?
Right. Yeah.
And how we had finally brought Daniel C. Peterson, the godfather of Mormon apologetics, also known as the Artful Dodger of Mormon apologetics, to his knees, making him bend the knee, kiss the ring, and admit that Alma is not a great evidence for the Book of Mormon, because you could not swing a dead cat in Joseph Smith's neighborhood without hitting a guy named Alma.
Yeah. And in that blog post, so the original blog post by Dan Peterson, Alma, Deception, and I, he talks about how he's, used the name in the past as an evidence. In the comments, if you go to the comments of that blog post, you get a Dr. Detroit. And I don't know if you know who that is, because you participate in those blogs.
Will you hang on just a second? Because
Yes.
You're being too humble right now. You brought Daniel Peterson to the point of writing that blog, which he did not do of his own free will and volition, back on July 31st, 2019, which I believe was the date of it, because you were up in his grill all over the internet about his using Alma as an evidence for the Book of Mormon, when actually Joseph Smith knew tons of guys, had to have known tons of guys with the name Alma. It was extremely prevalent in his day. And so he writes this article on his blog at Sick at Non, and in the comments section, some individual named Dr. Detroit starts throwing in his face all of this research, easily obtainable, about all the guys named Alma in Joseph Smith's day.
Yeah, but it gets way worse than this. So as you point out, Dr. Detroit lists, 50 Almas or so. And Daniel then comments next and say, none of these are in Palmyra, New York. So then Dr. Detroit comes back and says, well, actually, there's several male Almas in Palmyra, New York. And so I, just preparing for this conversation, went and looked up some of them. And what I ended up doing, let me put it up on the screen here. So what I ended up doing was going to Family Search. There's no better place to get our point of view as evidence than to go right to the horse's to the horse's mouth and get off of Family Search. Look for people whose name you'll see on the right hand side. My filter: first name's Alma, males. I put Wayne County, New York, because I wanted it to start with getting the closest ones to there. Born between 1750 and 1830. What came up were 223,000 search results. And you say, well, maybe these aren't males. Let's click some of them. So first off, the red ones are ones that I've already clicked, and those are men. But just to play the game, let's pick some that I haven't clicked and see. So we have Alma Waters. Let's see what gender he is. Oh, Alma Waters is a male. Now, if I go back here, Alma Waters was born 1858 in New York. Okay, well, how about Alma Brooks, born 1819 in New York? Well, Alma Brooks is a male. So there's another Alma. And you can scroll this forever. And let's do Alma Messenger. Maybe this one's a female. Let's see. Oh, no, that's another male named Alma. And I'm just telling you, you can click any one of these, and these are all men. So these are all Almas who are males, who are born in the United States, mostly New York, who were born between the years of 1750 and 1830. And the list goes forever. Now, when you look at things as evidence, is it greater to find the contemporary thing where they are almost innumerable, or is it more reasonable and rational to go find the one male that is in ancient Jewish documents and point to that and go, oh, that proves the Book of Mormon's an ancient document? It seems to me it makes way more sense to go, there are Almas in every neighborhood in New York who are boys, who are male. It becomes unnecessary to go find an Alma in ancient Jewish documents, because this is sufficient to show that Joseph Smith could have easily thought of Alma as a male name.
Yeah. And in that episode where we talk about it, and I invite you all to go back and watch it, we talk about all of this. We lay out all the evidence. We play the clips from Daniel C. Peterson where he's been announcing how great an evidence it is for the Book of Mormon. And we simply want to hold him accountable to the facts, because what he's doing is he's playing a 3-card Monty. He's telling you about Alma in the Book of Mormon. He's telling you about the fact that there's really no men around today named Alma. If you know an Alma, it's probably a girl. And then he drops the deed from the Bar Kokhba documents and says, well, here's Alma ben Yudah. What he doesn't tell you is that there were all sorts of Almas, men named Alma, in Joseph Smith's day. That's the part he leaves out of the equation, and that's the part that he knows. He knows it just as well as Don Perry knows it. And you know how I know that Don Perry knows it? One, because he's not an idiot and he wasn't born yesterday. And also, he avoids saying anything that would be a direct lie. Did you notice that?
Mm-mm.
He dances all around it to give the impression without actually lying about it, which indicates to me he's perfectly aware of this fact.
Yeah. If there are only 5 male Almas within 200 miles of Joseph Smith's home, that makes that explanation exponentially more likely than one male Alma in ancient Israel.
The other thing is that some names go into vogue and out of vogue. Alma is apparently one of those for men, because I was surprised to find that 200 years ago, Alma was a very popular men's name in the United States, in Joseph Smith's area. I would never have thought that. And that plays into the apologist's hands if you remain ignorant of that fact. But here we are 200 years later. Does anybody name their boys Alma anymore? I don't know any. I've never met any. I've never read about any. But that's 200 years. Notice Bar Kokhba documents 132 CE. That's after Christ, right? That is 700 years after Lehi leaves Jerusalem, according to the Book of Mormon. There's 600 years plus the extra century after Christ, right? That's more than 700 years later. Imagine what can happen with a name going in and out of vogue between those time periods. So all I'm saying is that they go in and out of vogue. The main point here is, once again, in spite of the fact that at the end of that show, we say, actually, I think you say, well, I guess we won't be hearing this used as an apologetic again. And I may have laughed and said, well, time will tell, because sometimes these are so attractive to the apologists, they can't seem to let them go, even though they know that they don't stand for what it is they're claiming it stands for anymore.
Yeah. And I only want to ask the viewer, how many times are these evidences discredited before you start to sense that the apologist is being intentionally deceptive? Again, we have one argument that the apologists often use is that I don't know why we're still dealing with these. These issues have been raised by critics over and over and over again. Well, here's the problem. The evidences and the things that the church says and its apologists say about the problems or the historical data points, they're flawed. They've got holes in them, and we've refuted them. We've shown that Alma is a common name. There's zero reason for Fair Mormon, Book of Mormon Central, and Professor Perry from ever using it again. And as you point out, RFM, I would like to think like, oh, like these guys are at least honest enough that at this point they would be ridiculous to keep doing so. And you're like, just watch, it'll happen. And here we are again addressing Alma.
Where is the content supervisor in this show? I mean, there's got to be tens, if not hundreds of people who have their hands into this show. Is there no one who said, maybe it wouldn't be a good idea to use this as an evidence for the Book of Mormon, because it's not an evidence for the Book of Mormon, because there were guys named Alma in Joseph Smith's day. And if we don't say it and Mormonism Live finds out about it, they're going to be shouting it from the rooftops. And how is that going to make you look then? Scott Christopher.
And they've got folks like Neil Rappley, right? Wasn't Stephen Smoot maybe in one of them, I think, in part one? But I know that there was a couple of other apologists. Certainly, there's enough folks who know the banter back and forth that goes between the critics and the apologist. The record has been corrected, and yet you still keep seeing these misnomers making their way into Mormon apologetics.
And even though it would be the right, honorable, ethical, and decent thing to do in part 3 or 4 to issue a retraction or correction,
not a chance.
I will bet you dollars to donuts there's no way that's ever going to happen.
Anybody want to take a bet that they'll put out a video that takes all the things that we've said that showed that their evidences aren't nearly as strong and maybe even counter evidence to what they're claiming, and that they'll issue a corrected video? I'll put money on that.
Yeah, or even just this one, because this isn't even a matter of opinion. This is facts that they're omitting to make their evidence look stronger than it is.
Yeah.
Wow. I guess RFM really can see around corners. And here we are back.
What's that?
Here we are back to Austin in his August 2024 Light on Truth letter. Once again, Light on Truth. We don't see anything in there about all the guys named Alma and Joseph Smith's neck of the woods. No, he is doing the exact same thing. And I was right. They're going to keep using this thing until hell freezes over. And they're going to count on the people they're using it on not knowing the other side of the story, which renders this completely meaningless.
Yeah, it does. My favorite part of watching that clip is not only just how funny it is now that it's, you're 5 years later, we're still dealing with the same apologetics that have already been countered in a way that they don't have any response, but they'll keep echoing it. The other part I loved is that at one point we were watching a video of you watching a video of yourself. And so there were 3 RFMs on the screen at one time. And I think we call that an RFMception.
That was the highlight of this entire show for me.
It was. There's too many RFMs. But I just want to point out, and Bill hit this really, really well, so I'll be brief with this, but look at the way that Austin phrases this. How did Joseph Smith know that Alma was an ancient male name in ancient Israel? Look at the way he is smuggling in the conclusion into the way he asks the question. I feel like that is every week as we do this kind of just naturally, we find a theme that is like the recurring theme of the apologetics that Austin is using. And this is the theme of this week, is look at how he's leaving out information to smuggle the conclusions into the way he asks the question. And he's doing the same thing that he did with the Reformed Egyptian and Hebrew that I pointed out here, by suggesting that because there's this link, that Joseph Smith understood stuff that Joseph Smith didn't understand. Joseph Smith used a male name from his region, from his area, as you guys hit so well, or at the very least, that is the far more likely explanation for why it's in the Book of Mormon. And the apologists have to pretend that that evidence doesn't exist to make it impressive. You're muted.
The good news is I went back and checked, and at least he has the 1961 correct.
I did too, actually.
Did you really? So at least he got the date right. Everything else is wrong. Austin, you got to drop this completely from your letter. It's intentional. It's deceptive. If you don't know about the fact that this has been going on, and if you're writing a letter like this, you should, then okay. But now you know. Take it out, or at least include all the stuff about all those men's names in Joseph Smith's neck of the woods who were named Alma. Give the reader all the information, not just one side, and then spin it with leading questions with built-in conclusions in them in order to try and convince somebody and hope that they're not smart enough to know what the other side of the story is.
I'd also offer Austin the tip of, you're right in this particular example, but I think even big picture, like Austin, spend 5 seconds thinking about what a critic would say about a particular piece of evidence and seeing if there's any easy critical dunk on something you're saying. Because some of the stuff you've said, like whether it's this or how did Joseph Smith know that and it came to pass was like an ancient Hebrew character, like if you thought about that stuff for literally 2 minutes, you gave the answer yourself. Like these are really, really, again, I'm trying to be really nice here, but these are really, really embarrassing errors, like really, really embarrassing apologetics. And it's, again, very telling to me that though many apologetic channels have had Austin on to pitch his book and market his book, nobody has pointed out any of this. No one has offered any correction, even asked a moderately probing critical question to highlight some of these problems. Like that is very telling to me that it seems the opposite side of the camp is so desperate for evidence, so desperate for reasons to believe, that they will adopt demonstrably problematic reasons to believe just because they want that conclusion to be true so badly.
By the way, let me give you a counterexample of that on my part, because I just want to underscore this, okay? Wait a second. We're back into your thing. Let me go back here. Here it was, where there were no comments on that. Now I thought, oh, Dan Peterson, he got rid of the evidence. He's embarrassed by it because Dr. Detroit is showing him how up in the night he is and that there's all these guys, right? But I said, that's so juicy. I would love it. I would love to report that today on today's show. But I thought, I got to do some research. I got to make sure that I'm correct before I go live with something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I did, and like I said, it took about half an hour, and I realized, no, I don't think he's hiding these at all. They just get deleted after a certain period of time. Okay, and that's the kind of due diligence that I would encourage Austin to give a try. Oh, here we get to the granddaddy. This is the granddaddy, okay? Chiasmus, the granddaddy of all Hebrewisms. Once again, we're not going to deal with every single freaking Hebrewism that he has in this letter. Chiasmus, he will spend the most time with. We will spend the most time with. And the problems with Chiasmus are the same kind of problems that he has with other Hebrewisms that are claimed for the Book of Mormon. Here's some examples of chiasmus. I hope everybody understands what chiasmus is by this point. It's an inverted parallelism. Old King Cole was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he. It goes like this, and then it comes back with elements or words that match. Mark 2:27, that's a great example. The Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath. Okay, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. These are all famous kinds of chiasmus. Chiasmai, I think, is the plural. And we use them regularly, and it often gives sort of a sort of a wisdom to it. You know what I mean? It sounds wise. It can be misused horribly, but like that's a great line from John Kennedy's speech, John F. Kennedy. We remember it today. So that's what chiasmus is. And Austin, in his Light on Truth letter, spends a lot of time with chiasmus in Alma 36. And the entire chapter is supposed to be a chiasmus. It was promoted and is promoted as a chiasmus by John Welch, who discovered chiasmus when he was on his mission in Germany back in 1967 or 68. So chiasmus in the Book of Mormon, and that's the inverted. There it is, going all the way down one side to the middle and then all coming out. And you see how amazing it is. It's an incredible chiasmus. It's the biggest chiasmus in the Book of Mormon. It's probably the biggest chiasmus in the world, at least as far as ancient literature goes.
Did you say which verse or which chapter this comes from? This is Alma 36, right? Okay.
Yeah, 36, where he's recounting his conversion experience. So here's from the Light and Truth letter. By the way, he replicates that image in his Light on Truth letter. Chiasmus was a popular literary device in ancient languages like Greek, Latin, and Hebrew. By the way, don't gloss over the Greek and Latin in your rush to get to Hebrew. This is not exclusive to Hebrew. If it were, it would have more probative force if it showed up in the Book of Mormon.
Yeah,
but
that's also.
I'm sorry?
That's a great point. That's exactly like my point of how in the world could Joseph Smith have imagined two crossed lines could have been used by ancient people, right? They ignore the alternative explanations so often because they're so desperate to reach evidence for that conclusion that they already know to be true.
Yes. Going on there with this sentence, it is a type of poetic inverted parallelism, like I just said. Its existence in the Book of Mormon demonstrates a high level of sophistication by Hebrew writers. So you see, this shows that the Book of Mormon was written by Hebrew writers. Chiasmus, whatever happened to Greek and Latin, well, they don't fit into the Book of Mormon narrative. So they get honorable mention, and now we're off to the Hebrew. We don't need to look back on those Greeks and Romans, I guess. Chiasmus was not consciously used in American writing until the 1850s. One would hope for a footnote. One doesn't find a footnote. John Welch was the first scholar to identify chiasmus in the Book of Mormon in 1967. There are dozens of chiasmi in the Book of Mormon, though not every one may be deliberate. A statistical analysis from Edwards and Edwards, this is a father and son team. We're not going to get a lot into that because otherwise we'd be here all week, but we will touch upon it. Demonstrates that the chiasmus in Alma 36, Mosiah 3, Mosiah 5, and they give the verses there, and Helaman 9 were likely created by thoughtful design, intentional. Here is the chiasmus in Alma 36 as it came from Joseph Smith's lips. Its beauty and complexity make it nearly impossible to believe he made it up on the fly. Note that Jesus Christ is the center of Alma's redemption story. That's where he has this picture right below that. So, and then after that picture of Alma 36, he continues. Isn't Alma 36 a stunning demonstration of redemption and the power of Christ's atonement? Objection, leading, Your Honor. Sorry. I think I almost freaked out my camera. It looked like it went to this other screen.
It glitched for a second. That was fantastic.
Why is it leading? The question is, what do you think about Alma 36? You know?
We're supposed to be talking about evidence of ancient origins. The question should be, isn't Alma 36 a stunning demonstration of an ancient Hebrew literary form? He's already, again, he's not even assuming the truth in the conclusion. Like, this is a completely different question. This is a non sequitur. This is a devotional question, not a historical question. Again, if we're dealing with the realm of faith and we're dealing with devotional aspects, stop talking about evidence. It's this mixing and melding of the two that I find so offensive.
Very good. How did Joseph Smith come up with Alma 36 and other chiasmus in the Book of Mormon off the top of his head? There's a built-in conclusion as well. With zero experience in ancient Hebrew literary forms other than the Bible, which he's intimately familiar with, as proven by the Book of Mormon and the 1830 letter. Further, Alan Christensen, which we went over last week, by the way, folks. Further, Alan Christensen found that chiasmus abounds in 16 out of 37 late Mayan texts written shortly after the Spanish conquest in the 16th century. Chiasmus is, so there's Mayans in addition to Hebrews, Greeks, and Latin. He says, chiasmus is especially prevalent in Mayan historical and religious passages. None of the Highland Mayan documents composed after 1580 include chiasmus passages. There's a lot of places where I would wish for a footnote, but we don't have them. Are Hebrewisms a bullseye for the Book of Mormon? Not quite. Nevertheless, aren't they at least interesting, worth exploring? And here's where he continues to want to have it both ways at the end of almost all of his proposed evidence. He says, this isn't proof that the Book of Mormon is true. Okay, so he wants to fend off that critique, but he wants to have it be proof anyway.
Right.
So I'm not going to call it proof, but I'll present it as if it's proof so that you'll accept it as proof without my having to actually defend the damn thing.
Yep.
Did you want to comment on that?
Well, I agree entirely. He does this at the end of almost every single one of his little sections, and it completely undercuts everything he said right before it. And I think we both know that I just view it as a convenient dodge of any liability or pushback for the way he's overrepresented evidence, because we both know that he wants people to read these evidences or look at these parallels and reach a conclusion about them. That's the entire point. That's the entire point of the letter, is that it claims it was written to people like us because Austin was a person like us that returned to faith for the reasons in this letter. And so I think it's just really cowardly, like, to just disclaim any liability for incorrect assertions he's made or for overrepresentation of the evidence. Like, if he's going to make arguments, he needs to stand behind them. So yeah, I think it's cowardly and not at all compelling at all to do this over and over again.
Well, that's very, very good. Very interesting. So what I've got to do now is, so let me go to the next slide, because I think I'm getting into the place where I'm going to have to go to another source for a document.
Okay.
So let me see what we have here. Oh, no, not yet. Okay, so here's the first response to the argument that chiasmus in the Book of Mormon proves it is true. There's two. They're very simple. They're easy to remember. The first response that completely undercuts any power of this argument, even if there were chiasmus, even if we agree to his premise that there are chiasmus in the Book of Mormon. The first response is this book, because there are also many chiasmus in the Doctrine and Covenants. This is a book called Language of the Lord by H. Clay Gorton. He wrote I think it was a previous book about chiasmus in the Book of Mormon. He followed it up with this book, Chiasmus in the Doctrine and Covenants, New Discoveries of Chiasma in the Doctrine and Covenants. So let me just tell you a little bit about what the synopsis of this book is. It talks about chiasmus being a literary form. This is where you could go and buy this book if you are so disposed. I'm going to cut down to the end of this, or at least halfway through this brief description. Language of the Lord is an essential tool for scripture study, one which deserves a place. The P is missing. A place in the basic library of ever. The Y is missing. How am I going to trust this guy on chiasmus in the Book of Mormon and Doctrine and Covenants? Anyway, basic library of every LDS gospel scholar. It also constitutes a powerful challenge to, and I didn't realize it was this bad. It also constitutes a powerful challenge to anti-Mormon critics who must now provide a rational explanation for the existence of the 224 identified DNC chiasma if they deny the divine origin of the Doctrine and Covenants. That is actually in there. Can you believe that last line?
That is such a stupid argument. Wow.
I know, because what he's done is he's destroyed chiasmus in the Book of Mormon. And now he's saying, well, now the critics have a real problem for explaining how it got in the Doctrine and Covenants. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll go on with that. He's not the only guy writing about this. Here's this fellow. What is his name? D. Lynn Johnson. And he wrote an article for Meridian Magazine about the chiasmus in Doctrine and Covenants, section 76. And here's some of the things he says.
Can I pause you for a second? Isn't DNC 76 the vision?
Yeah.
Okay, the vision, we know, even in a faithful way, was this collaborative experience that came to them off the top of their heads. Remember Austin,
Rigdon and Joseph Smith, yes.
Right, but Austin was making a big point of how would Joseph Smith have come up with this in Alma 36 off the top of his head. That example right there of DNC 76 is an example of Joseph Smith doing it right off the top of his head in conjunction with Sidney Rigdon.
Excellent point. Here's what this author says about chiasmus in section 76. Let me see here. A lot of this is just his effusive praise for his own discovery. He says, I found nearly 24 inverted parallel systems in section 76. 24. That's chiasmus, inverted parallel systems. It's just another way of saying it. One system covers the entire section. So the entirety of section 76 is a chiasmus. Does that sound like an entire chapter in the Book of Mormon to you? Chapter 36 of Alma? And then he says, all of the text is covered by a series of smaller inverted systems, and a quarter of the text is in yet a third level of structure. And section 76 is second only to Christ's discourse, he says, in 3rd Nephi. Wait a second here. The only other places I have found this level of complexity are in Christ's discourse on Isaiah, found in 3rd Nephi 20:11 through 23:3, and in 2nd Nephi 12 through 15. Isaiah 2 through 5, though it is better in 2nd Nephi. So is he attributing chiasmus in Isaiah to the Book of Mormon?
I think the unstated assumption there is that Christ is speaking through Nephi in 2nd Nephi. That's what it would have to be if he's saying that's Christ's discourse on Isaiah. But that's not.
That's back to the 3rd Nephi 20. So apparently he's including Isaiah in there. So I'm not going to go into this because this is the kind of depth that would be required to actually go into this stuff, and it would take us forever. But it does seem like he's going to Isaiah to help him with finding chiasmus in the Book of Mormon there. It doesn't always happen. Regardless, he says section 76 is the second best chiasmus anywhere in all the standard works, including the Book of Mormon. As I contemplate the structure of this section 76, I wonder what level of brilliance would be required to write in such a way that the text simultaneously fits 3 levels of structure, and where the higher levels pay little or no attention to the lower ones. While Joseph and Sidney might have done it deliberately, such cannot be the case for the even more brilliant case in 3rd Nephi 20 through 23 alluded to earlier, which was given by dictation and recorded by a scribe. He concludes by saying, I can only conclude that the Lord is the source, not only of the content, but also of the structure in which it is delivered to us, which is why he calls it language of the Lord, because the language of the Lord is to speak in chiasmus. That's why it's in the Book of Mormon. That's why it's also in the Doctrine and Covenants, which is his premise. Now, here's the bottom lines, okay? If chiasmus in the Book of Mormon proves it is of Hebrew origin, as Austin and his Light on Truth letter are proposing, how do we explain chiasmus in the Doctrine and Covenants? Consistency demands that if chiasmus proves the Book of Mormon to be Hebrew in origin, chiasmus in the Doctrine and Covenants must prove the Doctrine and Covenants to be Hebrew in origin. But nobody is making that claim. Why? Or why not? Because the revelations in the Doctrine and Covenants are not Hebrew in origin. They weren't written by ancient Hebrews. So, if chiasmus in the Doctrine and Covenants does not prove it to be of Hebrew origin, chiasmus in the Book of Mormon cannot prove it is of Hebrew origin either. Your thoughts?
No, I think you handled this brilliantly. I think the only other thing I'd add to kind of stitch our two pieces together is remember also that Mormon 9 says they weren't writing in Hebrew. They were writing in Reformed Egyptian, and that both the Egyptian and the Hebrew had been changed by them. This is the other big problem I have with them finding these hits in Hebrewisms is, do you believe what the text says about what the people did with Hebrew language, or do you not? Because when they find these hits and these parallels to ancient Hebrew writing structures, I don't understand how that would be captured in the narrative as it states it was recorded. That seems like an other obvious problem to me.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm sorry, I was busy monkeying with something that I'm going to have to go on the screen here in a second.
No worries. I actually had one other thought too, which is just, the guy who found all the parallels in DNC 76, including 3 different levels of parallels, Forgive me for saying so, but maybe if you're finding 3 levels of parallels in one, several pages at max text, maybe you're finding parallels where parallels don't exist. We talked in our last episode about this defect in human brains called pareidolia. We find patterns where sometimes patterns don't exist. Like, what is more likely, that this individual is finding one overarching pattern which incorporates 3 different levels of patterns that were intended, or that they're seeing things that aren't necessarily there?
Like faces in the clouds.
Exactly.
Here's the next slide. My second response to the argument about chiasmus in the Book of Mormon proving it to be of Hebrew origin. Having dealt with the granddaddy of all Hebrewisms in the Book of Mormon, namely chiasmus, now we will conclude this section. There's another section. I apologize, folks, but we want to be as thorough as possible. You can see why it takes so much time to respond to this. We will conclude this section by dealing with the granddaddy of all chiasmus in the Book of Mormon, namely Alma 36. And that's the one that's right there, once again. And this comes from a critique of Alma 36 as an extended chiasm. It is an article by Earl Wunderly, or Wonderly, I don't know how he pronounces it. It was published in Dialogue back in 2005, and that was the cover of the Dialogue where it was published. And here is that article right there, Critique of Alma 36 as an extended chiasm. And you can see the name there, Earl Wunderly. Now, let me see. Where is, excuse me for a second here. It's over there. There it is. Okay. Now, you'll be glad to know I'm not going to read this entire article, all right? But here's an individual who is a lawyer, just like John Welch is a lawyer, who discovered chiasmus, and he is giving a critique of John Welch's interpretation of Alma 36 as a chiasm. So that's why it's a critique of Alma 36 as an extended chiasm. Now, I've gone through and I've highlighted a few sections, which I hope you'll help me read, Kolby. Can you take this first one?
Yeah, you bet. Although Welch and others have found a number of extended chiasms in the Book of Mormon, including the entire books of 1st and 2nd Nephi and Mosiah, that's wild to me, I will limit myself in this paper to a critique of Welch's Alma 36 chiasm. He calls it a masterpiece of composition, one of his favorites, and one of the best from among hundreds he has evaluated. He has written about it at least 4 times. It reflects most of the problems with all of his extended chiasms. My argument at that is that he has imposed chiasms on the Book of Mormon where none were intended.
Right.
I wanted to point out for Austin, notice how every sentence that has an assertion of fact has a footnote where you can go look up that assertion of fact. That's how you make arguments.
It's a good point. But I just want to underscore, my argument is that he has imposed chiasmus on the Book of Mormon where none was intended by the original authors. And he's going to go through an extended analysis of Alma 36 and show exactly why it is that he believes that. I think his argument is quite persuasive. But we're going to go and talk about a few of these things just so you can know that we've done our due diligence and that actually what Austin 5 puts forward as the premier example of chiasmus in the Book of Mormon, there are other ways of looking at it which make it look like it's not a chiasmus at all. And we're going to share some of those things with you here in this paper. See, here he goes through that entire setup of the chiasm there. And now he goes on. There is much to challenge in this chiasm, including the unexplained asymmetry of element I. Now you've got an I with a little apostrophe there. What he means is that going into it, you start with A, right? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. There's I, and I going into the crux of the chiasmus doesn't have an apostrophe, but every letter coming out of it does have an apostrophe to show it's backing out of the center of the chiasmus, if that makes sense. So what he's talking about there is I. Now that's L. Oh yeah, this is a problem. Notice that the I is out of place.
Yeah, basically what his argument is that there's no backing out of that I term on the front end. Correct?
Yes. It ends up showing up where it shouldn't show up in the chiasmus, basically. So that's a problem with the chiasmus, but everything else is so overwhelming. That's just a small thing from John Welch's point of view. One has only to highlight these 34 elements in Alma 36 to see how much text, more than 80% of it, Welch has ignored in constructing his chiasm. Once again, this is getting back to the cards. If you're going to have a chiasm that's going to be intentional, it's going to have to be small, it's going to be dense, and you have the same words going in as coming out. And there's not going to be a lot of text in between. And God forbid that same word that you're using to track in as well as out, God forbid that same word should occur in other places in the text that you are claiming to find a chiasm, because that's going to throw things off as well. If you've got 5 iterations of one word in a text and you only use it twice, once coming in and once coming out, and you ignore the other 3, you can see how that will skew things. Mm-hmm. Also, if you're using one of these elements and it's like 3 verses long, why does it have to be 3 verses long to contain one element? So this is what he's talking about, asymmetry. That's asymmetry of element. Actually, this is a different thing. I think the asymmetry is it doesn't fit. But he'll also talk about here what we just read. More than 80% of the text in Alma 36 is not part of this chiasmus. Welch ignores it. Alma 36 is full of repetitious language, and the language Welch selects for an element is often only one of 2 or more occurrences of the same term or phrase. That's what I was mentioning earlier. Selected language and ignored language often work together to create false symmetry. Some paired elements are imbalanced in size. There's the part I was driving at earlier. Imbalanced in size, and some are creatively labeled to convey precision when it's not actually what it says, but we'll sort of describe what it says to make it look like it matches better. Nearly all of the paired elements have these or other problems. The following 9 are illustrative. He's going to go through the different problems. If you want to go through this in detail, I'd encourage you to. You can find this on the Dialogue website using obvious keywords. Welch explains simply that elements A and A apostrophe, going in and going out, first and end, introduce and conclude the chapter by referring to Alma's words and the Word of God. But if Alma's words in verse 1 and the Lord's word in the last verse, okay? So up here in A, that's the very first one. My son, give ear to my words. That's Alma's words, right? Mm-hmm. And this gets paired up by Welch and followed by Austin Fife here. This according to his word, which is God's word. So what he's saying here is that Welch explains simply that elements A and A apostrophe introduce and conclude the chapter by referring to Alma's words and the word of God. But if Alma's words in verse 1 and the Lord's word in verse 30 qualify as elements, it is not clear why Alma's words in verse 3 and the Lord's word in verse 26 do not also qualify as elements. Not to mention the angel's words in verse 11. Except that to pair them with each other would create asymmetry, and thus Welch ignores them.
What do we call that kind of methodology, RFM?
I would call it cherry picking.
Yeah.
What would you call it?
It's fueled entirely by confirmation bias. Welch believes that this chiasm exists, and so come hell or high water, he's going to do everything necessary to find the chiasm he already knows exists. I mean, even something as simple as the way that Wonderly points out, he ignores 80% of the text to find this chiasm. If I were allowed to use the same methodology and get cute with how I label things and ignore 80% of the text, I could find a chiasm in almost anything.
Yes, you can. He's going to go next to this example with element F, which is he surely did deliver them in verse 2, and then working your way out, it's he will deliver me in verse 27. You can see how those sound similar, right? So here we go. In elements F, he surely did deliver them, and F apostrophe, he will deliver me. Welch uses only 2 of the 6 occurrences of deliver in Alma 36. In verse 2, deliver occurs twice. He uses the second one. Delivered occurs twice in verse 27 and once each in verses 28 and 29. Welch uses the second one in verse 27. The first one in verse 27 is out of order. That's why he uses the second one. The two occurrences in verses 28 and 29 each appear between the two phrases that Welch has selected to create element E apostrophe, as God brought our fathers out of and bondage and captivity. This would make element F apostrophe somewhat asymmetrical, so Welch uses neither delivered in verses 28 and 29, even though they pair well with F, because all four delivers in verses 2, 28, and 29 relate to Alma's fathers, while the two delivers in verse 27 relate to Alma. So he's doing a close textual analysis and showing how Jack Welch, followed by Austin Fife in the Light on Truth letter, are picking and choosing, doing the cherry picking. Even though there are other options that are demonstrably available, they pick the ones that make their pattern fit because of confirmation bias. Here's another point that Mr. Wunderlich makes. There is more ignored language between M and N. All of verses 11, 12, and 13 are between the chiastic elements M and N than between any other two elements. Elements N, fear of being in the presence of God, in verses 14 and 15, and N apostrophe, long to be in the presence of God, verse 22, are both creatively labeled. So they're describing what's in there, as opposed to simply quoting it.
Mm-hmm.
And it should just take a quotation to do it, because if it's intentional, that's what the author is going for. So I'm going down through here. I'll probably get down to the conclusion, because we have something else we have to go over in depth. Here it is. Can you read this one before we get to the conclusion? Yeah. This last highlighted paragraph.
Yep. The full text chiasms of both Welch and Edwards simply swallow up ignored language in their large sections and avoid mavericks by including multiple chiastic elements in these sections.
Excuse me for a second, Kolby. The mavericks are the outliers that he's not including of the same word.
The parts that are like rogue.
Right. All those deliverances that he's not using.
Right. But their full text chiasms also reveal the amount of repetition in Alma 36, the flexibility in fashioning a chiastic structure, and the consequent uncertainty about just what it was that Alma supposedly crafted with such care.
Wow. You can see why I included that one.
Absolutely.
Finally, this from his conclusion: the existence of extended chiasmus in the Book of Mormon seems far from proved by Alma 36, while the inverted parallelism chiasmus developed by Welch is impressive on first reading. On closer analysis, it is Welch's creativity that is most notable. By following flexible rules, he has fashioned a chiasm by selecting elements from repetitious language, creatively labeling elements, ignoring text, pairing unbalanced elements, and even including asymmetrical elements that I apostrophe. His efforts to defend it with a full text chiasm and 15 criteria only highlight all the problems, as well as his own creativity. And he's talking about his efforts to defend it subsequent to this. And he mentions Edwards and Edwards there. And he basically says that they have the same problems that John Welch has. As for Edwards and Edwards analysis, which supports John Welch's interpretation of Alma 36, they're Mormons. They acknowledge that their quantitative judgments are based only on the order of words and ideas that they themselves select. They explicitly disregard the overall integrity and literary merit of the chiasm, which is shown above has little chiastic strength under Welch's own criteria. Okay, so there is that part from this. So let me go ahead and take this off the screen. That's all I have to say about chiasm. I think that's plenty. First off, chiasm in the Book of Mormon means nothing about its Hebrew authors, because chiasm is in the Doctrine and Covenants, and there it says nothing about the authors being ancient Hebrews, because we know they weren't. This seems to be more a feature of Joseph Smith than it does of the ancient Hebrews. And the second thing is, if we actually look at the granddaddy of all chiasmus in the Book of Mormon, Alma 36, it breaks down upon close analysis as demonstrated by that critique.
Yeah, and I know we have one more section to cover. The only quick thought I'd express here is Jack Welch was a lawyer. Wonderly was a lawyer. You and I are both lawyers. Lawyers, when we're making arguments in court, we have a duty of candor to a tribunal, whether we're arguing in court or to an administrative board, to disclose adverse authority, which means that if Jack Welch were making a similar argument in court, he could be sanctioned or lose his license for ignoring all of the things that indicate his methodology, how he got to where he was going, were flawed. You can't do that in court as a lawyer. So it bothers me, and that's probably why Wonderly was offended by the way Jack did it, is because lawyers are supposed to exercise that ethical duty to disclose even the parts that are not favorable to your case. Your job is to recognize them and explain why they're not a problem, distinguish them in some way, not to just simply ignore them like he's accusing Jack Welch of doing, and it seems fairly conclusive that Jack Welch did.
Good. Very good. I appreciate those thoughts. So let me get this thing out of here since we're done reading that, and we'll put this up on the screen. We're going to go to the last bit here, I think. Book of Mormon Linguistic Evidence Conclusion. Oh, wait a second. Let me see here. So we talked about that. Here's from his conclusion of this chapter, and I wanted to go through this. He says, can you read this? This is from this is Austin Fife's words from the conclusion of chapter 3 about linguistics in the Book of Mormon.
Yep, he wrote, "The further along my faith journey I traveled, the less comfortable I was with critical explanations for the Book of Mormon. I marveled at the critics' conspiracy theory-like reconstruction of how Joseph Smith created the Book of Mormon. When I mentally recreated the critics' narrative, it felt like I was left with a scenario more unbelievable than an angel simply giving golden plates to Joseph. Then, as I learned more about the linguistic connections between the ancient languages and the Book of Mormon, I was even more baffled by the book. While linguistic evidence for the Book of Mormon was not enough on its own to convince me of the truth claims of the Restoration, I was starting to feel unsettled as a potential atheist."
Thank you, because I wanted to key off that last thing, that he was starting to look at all this evidence like chiasmus in the Book of Mormon, and he's starting to feel unsettled as a potential atheist. Well, the good news is that Austin Fife doesn't have to feel unsettled as a potential atheist anymore after watching this show. The bad news is that problems with trying to prove the Book of Mormon by linguistics are just going to get worse. So we've got one other thing we're going to talk about. It's going to take at least half an hour and probably more. We're already almost at a 3-hour mark, and we're not covering everything. So I want to underscore this because, of course, what they're going to say is, oh, we didn't talk about this because we don't have an answer for it. No, that's not true. I have more stuff I could say, but I'm not saying, because I care about you and your life and your ability to have a life outside of watching this one podcast. So this is very long, and I apologize for it. But once again, this is what we're covering. We're going in depth on certain things. And on this next thing, as well as the chiasmus, we will see problems that are endemic to the other attempts to prove the Book of Mormon true by linguistics. This is a section in the Light on Truth letter, proving a relationship between Hebrew and ancient American languages. So here's what he says. And if you could read this, I would be ever so grateful to you.
Yeah, of course.
I think this is Udo-Aztecan. It could be Udo-Aztecan. I've always said Udo-Aztecan.
Yeah, I think it probably is Udo-Aztecan. He says linguist Brian D. Stubbs published a study identifying 1,528 connections between the Uto-Aztecan language, Uto-Aztecan and Semitic/Egyptian languages. Right off the bat, I'll note Semitic/Egyptian are two separate groups of languages, correct?
Not even related.
Not even related. He estimates that approximately 30 to 40% of the Uto-Aztecan language is derived from Semitic and Egyptian languages. He concludes that the Uto-Aztecan and Near Eastern languages integrated between 2,500 and 3,000 years ago. Don't these
just in time for the Lehites to arrive in America?
Weird how that works out, isn't it? Don't these linguistic connections make a stronger case for the Book of Mormon? Didn't Moroni say that there were Egyptian and Hebrew elements in their speech that were, quote, altered by us?
You can skip the verse from the Book of Mormon.
I think folks at this point are pretty familiar with that verse from Mormon 9 because we've read it a number of times. He says, do
By
parallels.
the way, he includes it, but he doesn't
does.
recognize its implications, as you have explicated earlier.
No, he doesn't. Do parallels between Uto-Aztecan and Semitic/Egyptian languages absolutely prove the Book of Mormon's divine authenticity? They do not. Why are we talking about it? However, why do we continue to discover more things supporting the Book of Mormon's claims if it was fabricated by a no-name man in 1829? And
I
that's
sort
not
of have
fair.
to laugh while he's saying this thing over and over at the end of each thing. Does it prove it? No. I just imagine myself as an attorney giving closing argument in a trial. And, here's my main pieces of evidence of why my guy didn't do it, whatever it is I'm trying to prove, right? And presenting this piece of evidence and then arguing to the jury, well, does this prove my guy's innocent? No. But it sure is interesting to think about, huh?
Yeah, I also giggled at how was it fabricated by a no-name man in 1829? Because that's not fair, Austin. Joseph Smith was charged with glass-licking in 1826, so he was at least known for that before 1829.
Good point. So now we've got to start off with some things that, guess what? Austin's not going to tell us, but we have to understand in order to understand what the hell this is talking about. It's about research that's been done by Brian Stubbs, and I've been reading Brian Stubbs' stuff, try and say that 3 times fast, since I think the late 1980s in Farms publications, and by that I just mean just copied papers and stapled together. And he had an article that was called Overlooking versus Looking Over Uto-Aztecan, connections with the language and everything. But apparently he's gone on and he has done more in this field and published a book in 2015, maybe a couple of books, I think. We'll have pictures of those here in a second. But what the hell is Uto-Aztecan? The Uto-Aztecan languages are a family of indigenous languages of the Americas consisting of over 30 languages. This is not one language. This is 30 languages. They're related, but they're 30 different languages. Uto-Aztecan languages are found almost entirely in the western United States and Mexico. The name of the language family reflects the common ancestry of the Ute language of Utah. That's why I wondered about my pronunciation. And the Nahuan languages, also known as Aztecan of Mexico. The Uto-Aztecan language family, this is from Wikipedia, by the way, is one of the largest linguistic families in the Americas in terms of number of speakers, number of languages, and geographic extension. The northernmost Uto-Aztecan language is Shoshone, which is spoken as far north as Salmon, Idaho. While do you know where Salmon is?
Oh, of course I do.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Is it pretty far north?
It's like in the middle of the state.
Okay. Well, I guess it's far north if you're in Mexico.
Yeah.
Where the Aztecs were. While the southernmost is the Nahuatl language of El Salvador and Nicaragua. So it even went further south from Mexico. Ethnologue gives the total number of languages in the family as 61. And the total number of speakers as almost 2 million. Speakers of Nahuatl languages account for over 85% of these. So the first thing it's important that you know about Uto-Aztecan is it's not a language. It's a family of languages. It's over 30 languages that now he's using to compare against Old World languages in order to come up with his similarities, Brian Stubbs is. I found a map, and a picture's worth 1,000 words. These are the locations of the tribes that spoke Uto-Aztecan languages. So you can see that they are all over the place in the northern hemisphere, in North America, I should say. So going on, what is Proto-Uto-Aztecan or PUA? This is going to come up as well. So it's important that we know this because nobody ever describes it. It's sort of taken for granted that we know it. Proto-Uto-Aztecan is the hypothetical common ancestor of the Uto-Aztecan languages. You got all this family of languages. They had to come from someplace. They came from some common source. That's why they're related and a family. We don't have anything written in Proto-Uto-Aztecan, this ultimate source. So it's hypothesized. Authorities on the history of the language group have usually placed the Proto-Uto-Aztecan homeland in the border region between the United States and Mexico. So they think that's where it started. Namely the upland regions of Arizona and New Mexico, and etc. It would have been spoken by Mesolithic foragers in Arido America about 5,000 years ago. That's when Proto-Uto-Aztecan language would have been the original. So about 3,000 years BCE. Now, if we can go to the next, here's Brian Stubbs. Here's our hero speaking at a fair Mormon conference. Uto-Aztecan versus Semitic languages and Brian Stubbs. He's holding a copy of his book, The Page Bent Down. And here he is in younger days. This is probably how old he was and how good looking he was back when I was reading his stuff from Farms. And this is one of his newer books, Exploring the Explanatory Power. He loves these puns. He's like Terry Brooks. I hate puns. Nothing personal, Brian. Exploring the Explanatory Power of Semitic and Egyptian in Uto-Aztecan. You see that book there? Here's another book he's written around the same time, Changes in Languages from Nephi to Now. And look, he even has the yellow on that thing showing where all the languages are spoken that he's going to compare against not only Hebrew, but also Egyptian in order to multiply the odds of his coming up with connections. And there's the back of the book there. Here's probably a more recent picture of our hero, Brian. So going on, you had pointed this out, and I'm really glad you did, that not everybody was enthusiastic about Brian Stubbs connecting Uto-Aztecan with ancient Hebrew. And one of those people is not only a Mormon, he's not only a professor at BYU, he's also a professor of linguistics at BYU, and his name is Chris Rogers.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Rogers received his PhD in linguistics from the University of Utah and is currently an assistant professor of linguistics at Brigham Young University, at least as of the time he wrote this review. It's not that old.
It was
His
like
research,
2019, wasn't it?
I'm sorry?
Wasn't it 2019? I'm pretty sure.
It might be, because I think his book came out in 2015.
That would be
Brian
fair.
Stubbs' book.
I'll double check while you keep going.
Okay, thank you. His research focus is the documentation, description, history, and revitalization of the languages of the Americas. Sounds like it might be on point, with particular emphasis on Mesoamerican languages and linguistic isolates. This guy knows what he's talking about. He's perfectly positioned in order to give us an informed review of this book, or these two books by Brian Stubbs. Okay, and now we can take this off the stage and we can put this on the stage. And this is the actual review as available from BYU. It was published in the Journal of Book of Mormon Studies. Interestingly, I find it interesting because that is a faithful, church-owned, church-sponsored publication. So usually you're going to get more faith-promoting stuff from here. But this is irrespective of faith and whether this supports faith in the Book of Mormon. Chris Rogers is saying this is bad research and a bad argument by Brian Stubbs, and he's going to give us the reasons for it. So this is 2019. I would have figured this out if I just gone a little bit further. Thank you for looking it up, though.
Oh, of course.
A review of the Afro-Asiatic Uto-Aztecan proposal. So going on, there is that first page. This is how he starts it out. And once again, I'm not going to read the whole thing, just highlighted sections. I've gone through all of this myself, but I don't want to read it all. The purpose of this piece is to review the long-distance genetic linguistic relationship between languages of the Afro-Asiatic language family and the Uto-Aztecan language family suggested in Brian Stubbs' book, Exploring the Explanatory Power of Semitic and Egyptian. Yeah, that first book. And Changes in Languages from Nephi to Now, the second book I showed you. While such a suggestion is not novel, a linguistic connection between the New World and the Old World is especially appealing to readers of the Book of Mormon. Such a connection can potentially provide a way to determine specific cultural and social facts about the peoples and civilizations described throughout the Book of Mormon. Nevertheless, when not established by rigorous methods, I'm looking at you, Brian Stubbs, when not established by rigorous methods and scientific principles, such proposals lead to the incorrect identification of genetic linguistic relationships and unfounded extra-linguistic conclusions. So you can see where he's going with his article. Can you read this next paragraph?
Of course. Discovering cognates, identifying lexical similarities, and using the comparative method to suggest that two or more languages are related are complex undertakings, especially for a long-distance genetic relationships. In this type of research, there are generally two perspectives taken, a conservative and more empirically demanding one, and a liberal and more suggestive one, sometimes referred to as splitters and lumpers, respectively, in the historical linguistic literature. Stubbs' proposal falls into the lumper camp, as do the previous reviews of his hypothesis by Dirk Elzinga and John Robertson, though Robertson does at least acknowledge the splitter perspective. As of yet, the splitter perspective on this hypothesized linguistic relationship has not been reported. The goal of this review is to evaluate Stubbs' proposal from this perspective. The result is that when evidence and methods are considered carefully, there is ample reason to challenge the breadth and depth of the data and to remain unconvinced by the extensive, accurate data to back up his extraordinary claim. The conclusion, therefore, is that Stubbs' proposal is another proposal about a New World/Old World linguistic connection that unravels with scrutiny.
Okay. So he's going to give a few examples here. In these publications, Stubbs purports to provide some insight into the unknowns of Uto-Aztecan grammar and the historicity of the Book of Mormon by suggesting a long-distance linguistic genetic relationship between the Proto-Uto-Aztecan language family and at least 3 languages from the Afro-Asiatic language family, 2 from the Semitic branch, and Egyptian, itself a unique branch of the family. This proposal is based on a proposed set. By the way, please pay attention here if you're dozing off. This becomes a hugely important point, and one that is so easy to comprehend, even I got it. This proposal is based on a proposed set of 1,528 lexical and grammatical similarities between Afro-Asiatic languages and Uto-Aztecan languages. You remember that's the number that was quoted in the Light on Truth letter, the 1,528 similarities, right? Additionally, explanations regarding what these similarities might mean for the study of Uto-Aztecan languages and the historicity of the Book of Mormon are also presented. And now I want to let you read this one because this was the one that you found and sent to me that started me on this quest.
Perfect. It is clear that Stubbs has invested a lot of time and energy into this proposal.
By the way, whenever you read a sentence like that, you know something bad's going to come along afterward.
Yeah, you know the ass kicking is about to follow.
Oh, yeah.
It says, however, it is so replete with disorganization, numerous assumptions, mistaken definitions, or incorrect characterizations of linguistic concepts, inexact methods, pedantry, and apologetic rhetoric that the idea seems dubious even without careful scrutiny. Stubbs frequently refers to his own reluctance and fear about the controversy that the proposal would create, but does little to assuage those fears in others in his choice presentation. I had that right. But does little to assuage these fears in others in his choice of presentation and representation. In fact, the most telling critique of the entire proposal is a paraphrase of Stubbs' own words about critics of the Book of Mormon, but highly applicable here. In other words, he's saying he's a hypocrite. His own criticism of critics applies to him. Yet gullible may better describe those accepting the assumptions in the book than those digging in to find the facts. However, these might be considered unfortunate minor issues if the content of the book did not also suffer from significant analytical and methodological issues. The remainder of this review suggests the substantive issues that exist with the proposal. I just have to ask Professor Rogers how he really feels.
Yeah, he works at the same school, you know. Or does Stubbs work there? Maybe he doesn't. But, you know, obviously he's weighing in with what he knows is going to be an unpopular opinion because it's going to be contradicting something that is seen as a proof of the truth of the Book of Mormon.
Professor Rogers doesn't like people to mess around in his neighborhood. That's clear.
Apparently, especially when they're doing it, according to him, in ways that don't make sense, that don't add up. So substantive issues with a proposal. Now he's going to get into a few of these. A proposal for a genetic relationship between 2 or more languages, a general principle, must be supported by 2 types of evidence. Number 1, evidence that the languages discussed are in fact genetically related. And 2, evidence for the reconstruction of the common linguistic ancestor. A lot of this is going to be kind of in the weeds, but I'm trying to get to the stuff that is the most easily comprehensible to the person who's a layman like I am, or a lay person. Unfortunately, the proposal, i.e. Stubbs' books, are problematic on both counts. Evidence for genetic similarities in Afro-Asiatic and Uto-Aztecan. One of the main methodological issues of Stubbs' proposal is the omission of an explanation for why the Uto-Aztecan and Afro-Asiatic languages are being compared in the first place. I mean, we know why, right? It's because of the Book of Mormon. Other than the Book of Mormon, which provides very little information about the languages used by its writers, there is no linguistic or extra-linguistic motivation that these languages should be related. Of course, in general terms, it can be said that the Book of Mormon provides evidence that speakers of at least one Semitic language and possibly more came to the Americas and intermingled with speakers of some of the thousands of spoken languages. By the way, some of the thousands of spoken languages somewhere in North, Central, or South America, or all of them. This is why he's saying out of all these thousands of languages, why are you picking this one to compare with the Book of Mormon? Why? What is the basis for that? However, this does not limit their contact to the Uto-Aztecan languages, these Nephites, right, in which Professor Chris Rogers believes. He believes in the Book of Mormon. Perhaps they intermingled with speakers of the Chibchan languages in South America, among other possibilities. Stubbs' proposal sidesteps this issue and suggests that the putative similarities are the evidence that these are related languages. So similarities means they're related in Stubbs' argument, but then fails to explain why specific languages are named and used in the comparison. Can you read this part in pink? This is a great point that he makes, and it's so important for this as well as pretty much this entire field of trying to prove the Book of Mormon true by linguistics.
He says this move results in a circular argument. They are related because there are similarities, and there are similarities because they are related.
Really well put. Can you finish on?
Yeah, of course. Since the only external evidence available is the Book of Mormon record, there is no reason to suggest that other language families might not be a better fit for Book of Mormon history. The only motivation for comparing Semitic languages and Egyptian to the Uto-Aztecan languages seems to be Stubbs' personal investment in the Uto-Aztecan languages and linguistics. I'd again remind people of that verse that we read over and over again from Mormon 9. These things shouldn't be hits if we believe what the texts say. That's the irony of all of this. First of all, they're not hits anyways, as Rogers is explaining, right? But why are they looking for these connections in the old world languages when the Book of Mormon literally says no person knows our language? It says that explicitly. It's just crazy that they ignore that in getting to these issues.
Well, like you said, the Savior's words in Matthew 24, that no man knoweth the day or the time of my coming, has not dissuaded thousands, if not millions, of Christians following him to engage in predicting it anyway.
Right.
So let's see here. Let's go on. There's actually another article I want to talk about as well. So we'll just hit the high points here. This is the point. This is it. Similarly, as Stubbs points out, it is common practice in historical linguistics to assume that 1 to 3% of the similarities between two or more languages occur by accident. That's important to know. So we've got a fudge factor here that we have to take into account when we're comparing languages, right? 1 to 3%. It's not a lot, but it's there. But this becomes very important now. Since the type of linguistic system is not held constant in the proposal is his books, it's not constant. He's got 30 languages on one side in the New World, 3 languages in the Old World. It's not one-on-one. That's what he's talking about. Since they're not held constant, the number of potential accidental similarities severely weakens the proposal. Table 6 shows the calculated accidental similarities for each possible scenario of the proposal. So here's what it is. If you have one-on-one comparing languages, you got a 1 to 3% chance of it just being an accident between two languages. But when you have 30 languages and you're comparing them with 3 languages, now you have to multiply that out. And that percentage of possible accidental similarities increases greatly, as you might imagine. On one end of this calculation, this is the range of potential accidental similarities between 30 languages over here and 3 languages over here. You get to 2,598 similarities can be accounted for by chance in what Brian Stubbs is doing. On one end of this calculation, 2,598 similarities are expected by chance. That should be chance. It says change. Severely weakening the strength of the proposal. Remember how many he has?
Yeah,
he has
about
like
1,500. Yeah.
1,528. You could get 2,500. You could get 1,000 more similarities the way Brian Stubbs is doing the calculation, and it could still be attributable to chance.
Can I ask a quick question to, I think, make the point here, just in case people are getting lost in the numbers? So what Rogers is saying is that Stubbs has noticed 1,528 similarities, and he's saying that by chance, based on the way Stubbs is doing these comparisons, he's not comparing one to one. By chance, we should expect 2,600 roughly comparisons, correct? You're muted.
Yes, we could expect it. It's a range, of course, like the 1 to 3% is. And the
Sure.
3% is the top of the range. The 1% is the lower part of the range. But when you multiply it all out, this 2,500 number becomes the top of that range that you could expect by chance. And that's where they do the math on it. Yeah, it's 1,528 that Brian Stubbs has found. And yet, that's smack dab in the middle of the range that we would expect by sheer chance and accident.
Wow.
That's why this is such a huge point, and I want to emphasize it for everybody. This is all you need to know about it to understand how misleading this large number, this seemingly large number of connections are when it's not between one language and one language, but between 30 and 3 languages. It's totally to be expected. It might even be low from what we could expect.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's see what else we got to say here. Conclusion. Can you read the first paragraph of the conclusion?
Yes. Other issues also plague Stubbs' proposal, but are not explored in any detail here. This includes his reliance on, quote, the language in the Andes as an explanation for assumed migrations, despite the fact that any connections between Mesoamerican languages and the South American languages have been definitively disproved. Similarly...
Can you wait a second?
Yeah.
So in other words, Stubbs is relying on languages in the Andes. Andes are in South America, right?
Right.
As an explanation for assumed migrations, despite the fact, this is important for Book of Mormon studies.
Mm-hmm.
Any connections between Mesoamerican languages and South American languages have been definitively disproved. That's why the Uto-Aztecans only goes down through like Guatemala. It doesn't go into South America.
Right.
There's no connection between the two, apparently.
Right. And then he says, similarly, while the Uto-Aztecan language family is one of the most studied language families in the Americas, as is the Mesoamerican cultural area, the fact that very little is done to connect the proposal back to this previous scholarship is odd. I'll just say, as someone who has done some legal scholarship in the past, it is viewed as highly irregular. If you're writing a proposal or you're writing a paper or a law review article about something and you're not mentioning highly relevant scholarship in that area, that is viewed as almost fatally deficient, I would say.
It's shoddy. It shows you haven't done any research in the subject that you're writing about.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was saying it shows that you're not really working consistent with the scholarly consensus, is basically the idea. He then says, lastly, Nahuatl languages, of which Nahuatl or Aztec is the most known, and from which half the name of the language family is derived, spoken throughout Mesoamerica, particularly in Mexico and El Salvador, are systematically ignored in the comparisons. Wow, that's really crazy too. He's saying he ignores the largest of the languages to reach his result. These factors all significantly impact the validity of Stubbs' proposal. Even as a layperson, I can see why.
Yes, this is why I highlighted these. I think that it makes it clear.
Yep.
The study of linguistic similarities is dependent on information about the languages involved being available. Now, there's 30 languages, maybe up to 60. They're not all available. A lot of these languages are lost.
Right.
We only know about them because they're referred to in other places by other languages that we still have, referring to them and this other language, but we don't have that language anymore. It's been lost. And there's a lot of those. So that's what he's talking about here. They have to be available. If a language does not have any records, nothing can be hypothesized about its relationships and similarities. So what he's saying is not only are there all these languages that we know about in Uto-Aztecan, plus all the thousands of other languages outside of Uto-Aztecan that were being spoken at the time, why does he focus only on Uto-Aztecan? And the other problem is that there's all these other languages that he can't compare to. Even if he wanted to, he doesn't seem to want to. But even if he wanted to, which would be fair and valid in conducting this kind of comparison, it can't be done because a lot of them are lost. In my personal reading of the Book of Mormon, he concludes Afro-Asiatic languages were not culturally predominant as the history unfolds. They seem instead to be restricted to a small class of priest scribes. He's talking about the Book of Mormon now. It is also clear from the Book of Mormon that multilingualism was the norm among the Nephites and the Lamanites, although a lingua franca may have been used. Add this complexity to the thousands of languages spoken throughout the Americas since well before 600 BC, including Uto-Aztecan languages, and one begins to see the enormity of the problem. We simply do not have any recorded information about the languages being used by the people in the Book of Mormon, other than a small amount of information about the class of priest scribes. Without that information, any suggestions of linguistic affinities are wildly speculative and should be dismissed. Period. End of quote. End of review by Chris Rogers, linguistics professor and PhD at BYU. Your thoughts?
My thoughts is I would never write bad scholarship around Chris Rogers. That's my
No, he's going to call you on it, especially if it's in his field of expertise, and he should. This is what scholarship is supposed to be about. You got someone out here doing stuff, using their knowledge of Uto-Aztecan in order to, I should say, bastardizing their knowledge of Uto-Aztecan in order to support the Book of Mormon by twisting it and slanting it and actually breaching everything you learned in school about it and how you do this stuff in order to prove the Book of Mormon true. It seems remarkable, except we see this all the time, people breaching their integrity in favor of Mormonism and the Book of Mormon. And we've seen John Gee and Carrie Muhlestein, both Egyptologists, do the same thing with their Egyptology degrees in order to try and support and prove true the Book of Abraham.
Even another example I'd point to is Roger Clark, we know was the head of EPA of the Ensign Peak account. This is the first thing you responded to in the Light and Truth letter is Austin's omission of the SEC order. We know that Roger Clark was the head of Ensign Peak at the time that they were doing these 13F violations, while Roger Clark's own private investment company was doing them correctly. That's the result, and I think boils down to that thought that you've said many times, whether it's liars or however you want to phrase it. You've said Mormonism makes liars of us all in the past, right? At some point, there's some compromise that you have to make if you're an expert in a field. John Larson once captured this idea on an old episode of Mormon Expression where he said, if you combined every BYU professor and you just took, he called it his Franken BYU professor proposal, where if you took Chris Rogers' knowledge of linguistics and you combined it with Tom Wayman's knowledge of the New Testament and of early Greek manuscripts and the scholarship he did on Joseph Smith and the Joseph Smith translation and the Adam Clark Bible commentary, and you combine that with all the secular expertise of every BYU professor, that professor doesn't believe in the claims of Mormonism, in any of the claims of Mormonism, because it always contradicts people's professional expertise.
Very good. Let me go back to the slideshow. We're actually almost done, and by which I mean we've got probably no more than 30 minutes left in the show. This is going to be 4 hours. Can you imagine this? Thanks a lot, Austin. This is what we do for you. I hope you appreciate it. All right. So there was another article that was a review of Brian Stubbs' work that was written by a non-Mormon expert in one of these languages. And he has a blog. It's called Nahuatl, right? He's a Nahuatl scholar, at least self-proclaimed. He goes by Magnus Pharaoh Hansen is the blog owner's name. So that's what it looks like when you pull it up on the internet. This is going to be what it looks like when I take and copy that article and put it in Word format. So hopefully we can read it. The other way was hopelessly. too small to read. So let me go on here and see what we have. See if I can increase the size of this at all. Go ahead.
If I understand correctly, this scholar, the blog that you found of this scholar, they're a scholar in Nahuatl, which was the language of the Aztecs, correct? So the premier language of this Uto-Aztecan family, the most popular.
Yes. It looks like that's about as large as I'll get it. But the value to this is a non-LDS person who's looking at it, and he reaches similar conclusions as Chris Rogers. He says, and this is wonderfully written. Once again, not going to read the whole thing, but this is a non-member, okay? I have previously written about how in the 16th century, Franciscan friars believed that St. Thomas the Apostle had visited Mexico and preached Christianity to the natives 1,500 years before the arrival of the Spaniards, and that the Indians themselves were descendants of one of the lost tribes of Israel. I imagine he wrote critically about that. The Franciscans saw similarities between indigenous religion and Christianity that they explained to themselves in this way. Today, such a belief of visits from the ancient Near East to Mesoamerica is not common among Christian denominations like it used to be, but it is found today still among the Latter-day Saints, also known as Mormons, whose sacred book, the Book of Mormon, tells that 4 Hebrew tribes made it to the Americas. I'm not sure he's counting that up, where their prophets wrote the original Book of Mormon on metal plates in a language named Reformed Egyptian. LDS scholars have, over the years, invested much time and energy in trying to find external evidence in support of the account given in the Book of Mormon, both through archaeology and linguistics. And there's the book, right, by Brian D. Stubbs. We saw that before. Usually, I'm going to let you have some of this fun too here in a second, Kolby. Usually, I would follow J.S. Gould in considering scientific inquiry and religious confession to be non-overlapping magisteria, and that as long as scholars keep their religious beliefs out of their scientific inquiries, then they can believe whatever they want. But sometimes this is not so easy, and this blog post is about one of those times.
It's actually Stephen J. Gould, for what it's worth.
Oh, is it? Did he say J.S. Gould?
Yeah, he says J.S. Gould. It's Stephen J. Gould.
Oh, okay. This is a blog post. There were a number of errors that he including typing errors. I corrected some of them. I didn't know that was an error. I probably would have had to leave that one stand, though. In this blog post, I analyzed the use of Nahuatl data in Brian D. Stubbs' self-published, that means something, manuscript. In other words, it's not peer-reviewed. Nobody's publishing this or thinks it's of enough worth to publish except for Brian Stubbs himself. Self-published manuscript exploring the... I'm not even going to say that title again. It kills me. This work compares Proto-Uto-Aztecan with Semitic and Egyptian and seeks to find signs of ancient contact between early Near Eastern and Egyptian peoples and Uto-Aztecan speaking Native Americans. By the way, I know that Carden may be watching this at some point and scratching his head and saying, what the hell is he even talking about? What does that even mean, those big words? What it means is the Book of Mormon is false. Okay, I'll just put it in basic terms for you. To put it more lawyerly, the connections that Brian D. Stubbs professes to find between these languages does nothing to prove the Book of Mormon true one way or another. That's really the conclusion. It finds a lot of such signs, Brian Stubbs does. In fact, more than 1,500 Uto-Aztecan forms that Stubbs claims are cognate with Semitic or Egyptian forms. And if you could read this next paragraph, I'd be greatly beholding to you.
Of course. Now, far-fetched proposals of relations between languages that are never known to have been in contact and which defy the conventional view of world history are a dime a dozen. I have already described Denison's attempts to show that Nahuatl was an Aryan language, and Turkic nationalists frequently took to Nahuatl when seeking to explain their belief that all languages descend from the Turkic Sun language or Sun language. Usually, I would say that it is better not to give too much attention to far-fetched claims of long-distance contact across the Atlantic, and better not to waste one's energy trying to debunk them, since they are usually not playing a game in which the scientific rules and methods of historical linguistics even apply.
Boom. Okay. Was that beautiful?
Yeah.
This applies to not only Brian Stubbs, but all of these things that are being put forward as Hebrewisms in the Book of Mormon.
Mm-hmm.
The scientific rules and methods of historical linguists don't even apply in the game that they're playing. Yeah. And he's going to show this in detail with Brian Stubbs as the example, the whipping boy.
He goes on, but one thing makes this proposal different, namely the fact that Brian D. Stubbs is a well-esteemed expert in Uto-Aztecan historical linguistics with many important publications to his name, not least his monumental catalog of Uto-Aztecan cognate sets, which it looks like he published in 2011. This he is, in addition to also being apparently a member of the LDS Church. This makes for an interesting conundrum.
Get this one, Kolby. Get this one. Read this nice and slow. It's good. It's juicy.
Because it gives us an a priori reason to believe in the validity of his claims because of his expertise, and an a priori reason for doubting it because of the fact that his claim is clearly meant to validate the narrative of the Book of Mormon and his own religious belief. It is certainly taken as such validation by other LDS members and publicized as such.
Right. Great. So is his expertise in Uto-Aztecan, does that give us a reason to believe him? Yes. Does his membership in the LDS Church and his wanting to prove the Book of Mormon true give us a reason to doubt him? Yes. So in the struggle, which will prevail? That's the question. I have a great deal of respect. He goes on, and this is so good because I didn't know that Stubbs was esteemed in the actual Uto-Aztecan community of scholars, and apparently he is. I have a great deal of respect and esteem for Stubbs' previous Uto-Aztecan comparative work, but the claim of ancient transatlantic contact, even disregarding any potential religious motivation behind it, is a sufficiently extraordinary claim for it to require inordinately extraordinary evidence in its favor before it can be accepted. I think you used that phrase earlier too.
I did.
My review here is the first written by a linguist who is not affiliated with the LDS-owned BYU and not published in an LDS-related journal. He goes over the previous reviews by Roberts, Elzinga, and Rogers. And he says that Roberts was very embracing of what Stubbs wrote, and he thought it was great. Elzinga's more lukewarm, and Rogers panned it. And so this individual is going to end up agreeing with Rogers. Oh, lots of good points here. Do you want to read the yellow one?
Sure. Rogers points out some serious flaws in the work. Primary of these is that it does not stick to the extinguished bilateral method.
Established. I think you said extinguished.
I'm sorry. Established bilateral method of comparing languages with languages and proto-languages with proto-languages, but that it frequently cherry picks so that a form in any Semitic or Egyptian variety can be compared with a form in any Uto-Aztecan language. This really is the point that you made by looking at the numbers on the table, that when you are doing that wide of a comparison, that wide of a berth of comparison, you have to accordingly adjust your expectations of what would be a statistically significant comparison.
Yes. Now the purple part. As has been demonstrated time and time again, this multilateral method hugely increases the risk of mistaking chance resemblances for cognates and makes it possible to prove virtually anything. As Rogers points out, since any two languages can be expected to have between 1% and 3% chance cognates, this is worth repeating. If we add additional languages to the comparison, the risk rises incrementally as well.
This Can I pause you for 1 second?
Yeah.
So in the Rogers piece, Rogers borrowed that 1% to 3% chance from Stubbs. I think that's important context so that people remember Stubbs buys the 1% to 3% as being basically established in this field as what chance would dictate. I think that's important to notice that that's a slight correction on what he's written here, because Rogers does point that out, but Rogers cited to Stubbs' own work in the book so that, we're being clear that Stubbs also has that same assumption.
Yeah, it strikes me as this must be like Linguistics 101, a very basic principle that they all go by.
Right.
This means that once Stubbs is comparing 30 Uto-Aztecan languages with at least 3 Semitic and Egyptian varieties, and he puts in parentheses actually more, including at least Egyptian, Coptic, Syriac, Hebrew, and Aramaic, the number of expected chance similarities far exceeds the 1,528 proposed cognates. All right, so we've made that point again. Out of all of this, if I remember only one thing about Uto-Aztecan and Brian Stubbs, that's the thing I want to remember, is that his 1,528 are well within the range of possibility. In fact, it could have had 1,000 more and still been within the range of accidental occurrences. You want to take the green? Yes.
I will, but that is one of the things that strikes me about the way the Light and Truth letter approaches this, right? Is it gives you the number and says, look at these 1,500 connections. Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
We have to use almost like Bayes' theorem you don't have to use the math, but just think about, well, what would I expect if the result was chance versus what would I expect if the result was, what is a statistically significant result? When he just gives you the number 1,500, that sounds like a huge number. Wow, that's so impressive. But when you actually look at the statistics and you dig deep into the details, it means absolutely nothing. It's half of what we would expect simply by chance. This is such a wonderful find that you found. You want me to read the green?
Yes, please.
He also notes that Stubbs does not adequately explain non-matching segments. In fact, no explanation at all is given in most cases.
Those are for the things that don't match, the non-hits, right? The things that are not bullseyes. Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
Mm-hmm. And that he does not adequately account for other potential explanations of the similarities, such as onomatopoeia. For people who don't know, that's basically where the pronunciation of a word matches like the sound it actually makes, like
buzz,
or other words like that. I'm trying to think of other examples off the top of my head, but I don't want to embarrass myself. He then finishes and says, these general criticisms seem absolutely valid to me, now having reviewed Stubbs' work myself.
So he agrees with those criticisms from Clark.
Rogers,
excuse me. Yes. In a response to thank you. In a response to Rogers' review published as a PDF on the academia.edu site, Stubbs defends himself. So he defended himself against the review that Chris Rogers had written against him.
I think this is in the Interpreter, actually. I looked it up.
Okay. It may have been republished there, or the Interpreter article may be available there as well. I don't know. Right. But Stubbs defends himself by stating, first of all, that Rogers has misunderstood his intent. He is not trying to prove that Uto-Aztecan and Semitic Egyptian are genetically related. I thought that's what he was trying to prove, but apparently no. But that his claim is rather that Proto-Uto-Aztecan was a mixed language that acquired a major portion of its vocabulary and grammar from speakers of these Afro-Asiatic languages. Therefore, it seems to follow he does not need to follow the strict methods for demonstrating long-distance relationships. As for the charge of cherry-picking, he claims that it is only natural that some forms borrowed into the proto-language, the original language, survive only in some of the daughter languages, those that have developed from that proto-language, the original language. This is perhaps true, but Stubbs, apparently does not recognize or address the fact that this practice leads to a much higher risk of chance resemblance being mistaken for cognates. That is random noise being mistaken for a signal.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just the accidental and the statistics and the 30 languages in the 3. This is another thing about Brian Stubbs' methodology that is also going to lend itself to giving a higher percentage of cognates or connections between the 2 languages.
Mm-hmm.
His methodology is flawed, and this is what this critic is pointing out here. Furthermore, it cannot simply be assumed, I should say he's a reviewer. Furthermore, it cannot simply be assumed that a given form in a daughter language is a retention just because it looks like something in Hebrew. It has to be demonstrated that it is not an innovation in the individual language. So what he's saying here is that what Stubbs is arguing from time to time is that the daughter languages, the Uto-Aztecan languages, and then there's the Proto-Uto-Aztecan, the one that has to be hypothesized, remember, the original language of these from like 5,000 years ago or something. That language and its daughter languages, there's 2 ways that it could get there, even if what he's saying is true, what Stubbs is saying is true, these connections, is it could be that there's a connection, but it could also be that this is something that developed in the daughter language, separate and apart from being contacted by some other Hebrew speaker.
Yeah, to use almost like a evolutionary biology example. In evolutionary biology, this is what we would call a oh my goodness, I just lost the term. A convergent evolution. So it's the idea that insects evolved wings, birds evolved wings, and mammals like bats evolved wings. What he's saying is that Stubbs is looking at the fact that all of these things have wings and then just assuming there's this parental relationship without even considering the possibility that the individual languages evolved those innovations completely separate and apart from each other. Right.
That is it. Thank you. That really makes that point clear. Can you read the blue one?
Of course. Though I can see why Rogers thought that Stubbs was arguing for a genetic relation given Stubbs' presentation of the evidence, I'd even point to the title of Stubbs' book for that.
Mm-hmm.
The title of the book is Exploring the Explanatory Power of Semitic and Egyptian in Uto-Aztecan. Forgive people for thinking that he thought there was a genetic relationship there.
Are you getting the sense? Are you getting the sense that Stubbs just did a Mott and Bailey?
100%. Yes.
In other words, he's arguing in his books, yes, there is this connection, and they did derive.
Right.
Uto-Aztecan got all these words from the Hebrews who came over in the Book of Mormon, right? But when he's called on it, now he's backing up to the Mott or the Bailey. I get them mixed up. He's saying, no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is this much more general and less problematic and controversial thing is that what is it that it has to be demonstrated? Where is it that he puts it down? I can see why Rogers thought that Stubbs was arguing for a genetic relation given Stubbs' presentation of the evidence.
Yeah, it's right here in the next sentence. He says, I wish Rogers had realized that Stubbs' claim was in fact a proposal of language contact instead of a genetic relationship. In other words, that the one language was derived from the other, just that they had some type of contact. And then the critic says, because it is really a more problematic claim.
Yeah, he retreats from what it is he's really arguing when he's called on it. But now the place he retreats makes it much more problematic what he's arguing.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to go ahead and go into this and why it is that it's more problematic.
The critic continues, it is problematic because there's no accepted method for demonstrating borrowing or contact-induced changes, and consequently, no method for falsifying them. That's, again, a recurring theme I think we've hit throughout the course of this series is unless a claim is falsifiable, it's completely subjective. And honestly, I'm at the point where I don't care about people's subjective opinions on things. It's the equivalent of arguing over which color is best. The critic continues and says, systematic sound laws do not apply in the transfer of elements of one language to another. I'd even put a parenthesis there, even though I'm not a linguist, and say, and we don't know how Egyptian, one of the languages he's using, was even sounded out phonetically. We have no knowledge of that. He continues, a language may borrow many words or few and change them in fairly random ways as they are adapted to the borrowing language's phonology. And there really is no good way to disprove a claim about a form in one prehistoric language being borrowed from another. This is why linguists normally would never even entertain the idea of a scenario of borrowing, unless there is an independent evidence suggesting probable historical contact between the two languages. In this case, there is exactly zero independent evidence of contact between ancient Semites or Egyptians and Uto-Aztecans, except for the Book of Mormon. And that's where it gets back to Roger's point about circularity. The similarities exist because they're there, or I'm sorry, the relationship exists because of the similarities, and the similarities prove the relationship exists.
Right. Now we get this next paragraph, which is all purple. I'll go ahead and read this.
Right.
Think about how this applies to all Hebrewisms proving the Book of Mormon true. So by presenting his hypothesis as a claim of ancient contact and language mixture, Stubbs is in fact making a claim that cannot be methodologically falsified. When working outside of historical disciplines, such a claim is usually called pseudo-scientific. Brian Stubbs' work is pseudo-scientific.
And that would agree with Karl Popper is the one who came up with the condition of falsifiability being a requirement that something be scientific. So just so people understand, that's where the scholar is going. If your proposal is not falsifiable, it is almost by definition pseudoscience. It is not science. It's false science. It's science-ish.
Yes, a methodology that is not falsifiable is no methodology at all.
Exactly.
At least within scientific and historical parameters.
Mm-hmm.
So it's called pseudoscientific, but in a historical discipline such as this, we can only strive to classify it either as convincing or unconvincing, given the presented evidence. And now he goes on with his analysis and gives a number of examples. He says most of his comparisons, Brian Stubbs' comparisons, are to his own reconstructed Proto-Uto-Aztecan forms. Remember, the Proto-Uto-Aztecan doesn't exist. It is a hypothesized language. So based upon all the Uto-Aztecan languages, we try and figure out what the original language was. Different scholars do it differently. Stubbs has done his own. But then for those connections between PUA, Proto-Uto-Aztecan, and the Old World languages, we are now comparing Stubbs' recreation of the Proto-Uto-Aztecan language, which doesn't exist anywhere. That's why it has to be recreated by scholars. He is comparing his own recreation of the PUA to the Old World languages, which may play in his favor if you think about it. I just wanted to point that out.
I'm betting it will.
I think it does. So here's shadow. By the way, I don't know if he said it before, but what he does say is, look, I don't know Hebrew. I don't know Egyptian. I don't know a bunch of language. I know this language. I know the Nahuatl language, and I'm an expert in it. So what I'm going to do is I'll just look at those places in the book where Brian Stubbs brings out connections in the Nahuatl language, which I know, so I can comment on it in an intelligent and informed fashion.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to go through all these, just a few. A lot of these have the same problems. So you've got SWT, which means shade or shadow in some Old World language, with the Nahuatl, Siwal, Li, which means shade. That's a connection that Brian Stubbs puts forward and that our critic here is going to address.
I'm just noticing, again, we're neither of us are linguists, but the SWT, do you know which origin language this would have been?
I don't.
Okay.
Because it could have been a bunch of them.
Either way, it doesn't have vowels, and the Nahuatl has vowels. I'm just noticing that here.
He's going to talk about that too.
Okay,
this example illustrates several problems. First is the fact that Semitic and Egyptian roots are triconsonantal. See this SW and T, each and one of those is going to be a consonant once you throw in vowels. Whereas Uto-Aztecan roots almost always are CV or CVC roots, which is CV consonant vowel or consonant vowel consonant roots. This means that from the outset, when comparing a form across the languages, you have to ignore all the vowels and look only at the consonants. Name anyone? This, of course, raises the number of potential cognates or connections on the Uto-Aztecan side quite a lot, since you can ignore basically half of every word. You get to ignore all the vowels, which could contradict your attempted connection or similarity. So that raises the odds that you'll find connections.
Well, especially when you're going to ignore one of the consonants also. It goes SWT to what would be SWL. Imagine how many, going back to this idea of like Bayes' theorem, imagine how many cognates you could fit making those same number of allowances.
Yes.
Crazy.
He goes on, and we're not going to read all of these. Okay. I keep telling everybody that. I think I'm telling myself that more than anybody else. So now we have quite a large pool of potentially cognate words using Brian Stubbs' methodology in each of the language families. The only thing needed for a chance resemblance to appear is if two of them have the same meaning. Okay, you've multiplied the possibilities by this method of going at it. Now all you need is for two of these to have the same meaning, and you got a match. The greater the number of potential cognates, the greater also the chance for a semantic match or near match. Usually, when demonstrating a genetic relation, only words with the exact same meaning are accepted. Since if we now also relax, okay, pay attention. I know you're getting drowsy. If we now also relax the degree of semantic fit, in other words, if they don't have to mean exactly the same thing, the two words in the different languages, if we relax the degree of semantic fit we require, then the risk of chance resemblances increases even more. So it doesn't have to be the same word. It could be a word that's sort of like it, maybe. Well, now you're multiplying and increasing your chances of accidental or non-evidentiary connections or matches. Here, the fit seems to be quite good. Now he says, here, this fit seems to be quite good. So I don't know how you pronounce this, but he does. Here, the fit seems to be quite good superficially, because though classic Nahuatl siwali refers to shade, it does not do so etymologically. This is why it's superficial. Classical Nahuatl, the language, siwali, the word, refers to shade. It does not do so etymologically. In other words, the history of the word, how it developed to become this way, doesn't have anything to do with shade.
Mm-hmm.
The etymology points to an original meaning of a cool place or something that has cooled down. We know this because it is composed of 4 different morphemes. The morpheme si, cold, and the verbal format wa form the verb siwa, to be cold. The L suffix is an old passive form, and the li ending is the absolutive suffix. Now, I don't know what the hell that means. Fortunately, he describes it. Do you know what it means?
Well, I don't know exactly what that means, but I think I know a way I can help people contextualize this. When he's talking about the etymology of a word, he's talking about the root word that then is expanded to give the full meaning. And what he's saying is that the origin of this Nahuatl word comes from the idea, because the comparison that Stubbs is making is shadow becomes shade. And what he's talking about is that shade in Nahuatl comes from the origin of the idea of cooling off, that it's this cool place, rather than like the idea of something dark or something overshadowing something that would be a much more square hit.
Yes. So I think he summarizes it here in the purple part that I highlighted with purple for that reason. So the word in Nahuatl is analyzable into monoconsonantal roots. In other words, cold in place, each with a distinct meaning that comes together to become cold place, which is then extended to also mean shade. And here's the kicker. The analysis is not at all compatible with the proposed Semitic cognate, which is a triconsonantal root. Now he goes to bow and rainbow. And once again, not going to go through all these. You'll see there's much less that's highlighted. That's SMRT, large bow, with Nahuatl, Ku Samalu TL, rainbow. This example also shows the problems mentioned above of neglecting to analyze the Nahuatl word into its roots. What is basically being compared here is SMRT with SMLT. This can only be done because Stubbs decides that Nahuatl ko, is a prefix that can be removed. And because he neglects to remove the final T, which is a suffix and should be removed. But ko is not likely to be a prefix, so he removes the ko from the front, which isn't a prefix, most likely. And he doesn't remove the one at the end, the T at the end, which is a suffix and should be removed in order to make it match with the language that he's trying to make the connection. Indeed, the likely historical analysis of the Nahuatl word is kosa ma l-o-t-l. I'm not even going to go into that. I'll go to the purple. That's why I did this in the first place when I was reading through all this. So he should compare, Stubbs should compare SMRT if he were doing it legitimately and on the level. Stubbs would be comparing SMRT with KSML. But that doesn't look very much like a hit at all.
Mm-hmm.
All right. He's got read. TWR read and Nahuatl TOOLIN, cattails or reeds. Can you read this one?
Mm-hmm. This actually seems reasonable to me, since I would probably reconstruct Nahuatl tulin as coming from an earlier form along the lines of Tauri. But still, we are only matching 3 segments out of 5, which means the risk of chance resemblance is high.
3 segments out of 5. Okay. Because we don't have to worry about the vowels, but that's the problem.
That's better than Jack Welch's ignore 80%, I'll say.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Do you want me to read this one as well?
Would you?
Yeah, this is the connection between son, child. So he's comparing Hebrew, ben, son, to Nahuatl, Koni. And he says, this one is a far stretch phonologically, with only the N being a direct match between the 2 forms.
So here you've got Brian Stubbs, who's showing connections between these old world languages and New World languages to prove the Book of Mormon true. And one of his examples in this 1528 is this one, Hebrew Ben and Nahuatl Coney. And he says, this one is a far stretch phonologically. It's not a match at all. There's one letter between these two that they have in common. It's the N. Kind of like the H that you mentioned before about aha.
Well, and I was just going to say, since there were 1,500 connections to, again, kind of like reorient people, I love going into this level of detail. Stubbs points to 1,500 connections that Austin thinks are significant, with absolutely no appreciation that a BYU scholar says they're not statistically significant, using Stubbs' own analysis of that 1 to 3% chance that we'd expect to see. And then when you actually dig down into the details, look at what he's calling hits is basically the point that this scholar is making. I love this.
Okay. Well, we're not going to get all the way into the weeds. We're just a little bit off of the green. So let me go ahead. Let's go to this next one. This is serpent/twin, that word, where he's comparing now Egyptian, not Hebrew. See, you can pick from different languages. And not only that, we'll get to this in a second. Not only are you picking from different languages, you're picking from completely different time periods.
Right.
Egyptian, 3,000 years. Pick whatever language, pick whatever period you want. Uto-Aztecan and Proto-Uto-Aztecan, thousands of years between them. Pick whatever you want, Brian. It's all up to you which ones you're going to use to make your connections. And the phonological form is quite far from each other. So he says the sound, the phonological form between these two words in Egyptian and Nahuatl about serpent or twin, quite far from each other again. Really, there isn't even a single segment that can be considered a direct match between the two languages. This is what Brian Stubbs is saying is a match. He's saying there isn't even a single segment that can be considered a direct match in this example that Brian Stubbs is the one who came up with.
Yeah, and look at this next sentence. One has to accept Stubbs' complicated sound correspondences where multiple Semitic/Egyptian segments match a single segment in Nahuatl, and in which vowels are irrelevant and consonant segments can disappear. But remember what I noted at the beginning of this section on Egyptian. We don't know how Egyptian sounded. So if we don't know how Egyptian sounded, and Stubbs' work is premised off of complicated sound correspondences, it's quite literally imagined. Like it's entirely imagined at that point.
Yes.
Right? Or am I being too harsh?
I think this person is detailing all the methodological problems that Brian Stubbs is running into with his proposal and why it is that he agrees with Rogers that it should be dismissed.
I'd also point out that this expert agrees with our early analysis. If you look at the Egyptian serpent, I see 4 consonants there. So that would be at least 4 characters to represent each of those consonants. Again, we see, does each Egyptian character produce a paragraph worth of text? No. In fact, it takes 4 to get one English word, serpent.
Good point. Thank you for bringing us back to that. You know, something else I got to say. I was reading stuff back in the 80s at the height of my apologetic fever. I never was impressed by it. I never used this in any apologetic discussion or argument I had with anybody. It never came up because I thought it's just so weak. It seems so everywhere. And I didn't even know all the problems with it that these critics are pointing out. So one has to accept, oh, you already read that, right?
I did. Yep.
Yes. So he gets to pick which vowels are irrelevant and consonant segments can disappear.
And he gets to imagine how they sounded.
Brian Stubbs' methodology is the rules don't matter.
Yeah. It's convenient.
The reference to Joe's article. Now, this is a reference that Brian Stubbs makes to an article by a colleague and a person that this writer knows, Joe Campbell, 1976. He's very familiar with it. And he synopsizes it or summarizes it here by saying the reference to Joe's article to justify the claimed medial in W, whatever that sound is both a case of special pleading and of misusing another scholar's work in doing so. That's pretty scathing. So he goes on about crocodile. You'd be glad to know we're not going to talk about that one. Wow, they had crocodiles in both the Old World and the New World, apparently. Okay. There's a few more that he goes through, does a similar job of dismantling them. We're not going to do all that. Here's one that was a perfective prefix. I'm just going to read this last part. So here, in this example, we have a pattern that is superficially, intriguingly similar, but once we know a bit about Nahuatl historical developments, it disappears entirely. And you can read through this and find out why he concludes that. You can see why I'm not going through all of this in detail. Understand or grow. Hebrew, hiskil or hiskal, to understand, comprehend, or make wise. And then this word iskal, to train or to be discreet or prudent, is what he's comparing it to. Now, what this all amounts to is his talking about how Brian Stubbs will sometimes take words in Uto-Aztecan and fudge their meaning in order to make them match more with the Hebrew. That's what he's doing here, and he's actually showing exactly how he does it. He pieces together what dictionary he must have gone to and why it's not reputable and why it was added to, and then he adds his own expertise by saying, here we have something really bad. Namely, an example of a massaged translation of the Nahuatl term that makes a large semantic stretch seem less problematic. Nahuatl iskalia does not mean be discreet or prudent, as he says it does up here, in order to try and make the connection seem more certain. As Brian Stubbs does, I should say. He goes through that analysis there. Pronomials. One of the really eye-catching pieces of data presented by Stubbs is the correspondence between the Semitic pronomial prefixes and the pronouns of classical Nahuatl. He notes that the Aramaic verb to be parallels the Nahuatl pronouns closely, being ewe, I am, tewe, you are, and yewe, he is. And he notes this, something else. Here I reproduce Stubbs' table from page 335, which he reproduces there. So he says this is the kind of stuff that linguists love. This looks like it could be a connection. This kind of paradigm is the kind that historical linguists love because it is a kind of relation that is relatively unlikely to arise by coincidence. Mm-hmm. But though it may be unlikely to arise by chance, it is not impossible. In this case, it is very possible. Can you read why it's very possible there, Kolby?
In their reviews, both Elzinga and Robertson catch on this example as the most convincing piece of evidence. Rogers, though, mentions the table critically by pointing out the problem that Stubbs is here comparing individual varieties and not proto-languages. Here, Rogers points out a problem that in fact invalidates the example. Again, the Nahuatl forms represent innovations within Nahuatl, not retentions of early Proto-Uto-Aztecan forms, and hence cannot be used as examples of contact allegedly taking place thousands of years before Proto-Nahuatl emerged. In other words, I think what he's pointing to is they know enough about this hypothetical language of Proto-Uto-Aztecan to know that these to-be forms developed in Nahuatl specifically, that specific branch of the Uto-Aztecan languages. And so we know that it doesn't relate to the proto-language, which is the premise of Stubbs' entire proposition of these connections. Is that correct?
Let me try and put this a different way. And yes, I think you are correct.
Okay.
You've got these languages coming down and all these sister languages in Uto-Aztecan, and they know enough about them. As he said, it's the most studied group of languages from ancient Americas, to be able to see that certain developments happen within the languages without the necessity or incursion of any outside force or language or culture. They develop naturally, right? The thing that Brian Stubbs here is saying is influenced or contact driven by Hebrew or Egyptian from the Old World are elements of the Uto-Aztecan language that Uto-Aztecan scholars know derived and developed out of the language itself without being contacted by anything else.
This is our example of convergent evolution again. This is an example where the scholars in the Uto-Aztecan field know that development of those to-be forms that Stubbs is noting, oh, look at how interesting this is. They know, going back to our example, that this is the bat that evolved wings, that it's a mammal that evolved wings, not that the wings are derived because it's a bird or because it's an insect.
Very, very good. Very good. If we were to compare only the oldest reconstructible stages of the two languages, we would get, let's see here. Oh, he's talking about what Stubbs connects, right? Here in Stubbs' table right there. And he makes all those connections. But then he says, if we were to compare only the oldest reconstructible stages of the two languages, we would get this. Here, nothing at all is shared between the two systems. If Stubbs did it legitimately, there would be nothing in common between the two systems, is what he's saying.
He's saying that whatever the relation or whatever the similarity between these two, because we know that the similar form is a later development in Nahuatl, we know for a fact that it cannot be a development from the Semitic and Egyptian roots that Stubbs is proposing. This is really interesting.
Yeah, I think it is. And to be clear, he started off, this is the one he started off by saying, this is the kind of stuff that linguists get excited about.
Right.
And it looks like this could be something until you look deeper.
Right.
Which he does, and then finds out there's no connection. It's just a coincidence. In conclusion, he says, the pronoun system that Stubbs compares with Semitic is much too late for being evidence of a relation between Proto-Uto-Aztecan and Semitic, since it came into existence only several thousand years after the existence of PUA and the alleged contact between Semites, Egyptians, and Uto-Aztecans. This is a case in which we can, in fact, show that similar pronomial paradigms have developed independently of each other, just like the wings you were talking about. Here's the conclusion. Can you read the first part of his conclusion, which is titled, "It's a no from me"?
It's a no from me, dog. For all these reasons, I find the proposal to be very far from convincing. It seems to me that here, Stubbs is not at all doing the kind of careful comparative work that he is known for. Interesting how faith and a faith proposition will affect that, isn't it? The handling of Nahuatl data is highly problematic, with massaged translations that make words that have virtually no semantic link falsely appear to have the same meanings, with apparently selective failure to pay attention to segmentation and morphological analysis in the Nahuatl, and inattention to other possible and plausible explanations, even those found in his own previous work. Woof.
This is, I think I brought it up before, the famous quote from Sherlock Holmes, it's a capital mistake to begin to theorize before one has all the evidence, and sensibly one begins to twist the facts to fit the theory instead of the theory to fit the facts. This is this author accusing Brian Stubbs of twisting the facts to fit the theory. And if you want to read this next one too, that'd be great.
Sure. I should note that since many of the reconstructions of Proto-Korokol and Proto-Korokol Nahuatl are my own, and most of them yet unpublished, Stubbs cannot, of course, be faulted for not knowing or accepting them. But if anyone in the world would be equipped with enough knowledge to investigate the history of those forms in Nahuatl on their own, it is Brian Stubbs. And really, it doesn't seem that he has even tried to look into the immediate history of any of the Nahuatl terms he cites. He has just assumed that it was conservative. Investigating alternative explanations of one's data is, of course, a basic part of establishing a hypothesis in a rigorous manner. I'm going to read that one more time for Austin Fife. Investigating alternative explanations of one's data is, of course, a basic part of establishing a hypothesis in a rigorous manner. That's what thinking like a scientist, even in the fields of non-science, means. That's what it means to try and correct for what we've hit throughout the series a few times, the fact that our minds like to buy into the bamboozle. This is how you protect yourself against the bamboozle, is say, look at this interesting connection. Am I going to immediately jump to the fact that it's dispositive because it supports the faith proposition that I want to believe in? We should, in fact, do the exact opposite and seek to explain it away. And only when we can't do that should a hypothesis be accepted.
I hate to cite myself as the example, but once again, we're going back to the deleted messages or comments on Dan Peterson's blog. I saw that. I was ready to go. I was like a dog with a bone. I had red meat in my mouth, and I was ready to publish this to the world, that he had deleted the comments intentionally because the comments showed him that he was a liar. So I wouldn't have used those words. But I had to investigate further in spite of how attractive that conclusion was to me. And when I investigated further, I found out that the conclusion I jumped to at the beginning was not supported by the evidence which is the reason I brought that whole incident up earlier in the show.
And I'd even say reading this blog post and this analysis is another example of that, RFM. We could have just read Chris Rogers dunking on Stubbs and calling his methodology flawed and said, well, look, this BYU scholar says that his analysis is flawed. But we were aware that Stubbs responded to that. I read his interpreter article. I'm not a linguist. So then what do? We find someone else who's responding now to Stubbs' response. This is what you do. Like, you have to track stuff down. And yeah, Austin, it's hard work. I mean, look at this. We're 4 hours and 15 minutes into responding to a chapter that probably takes less than 10 minutes to read if you don't read it critically or with a critical eye. This is the reality of what it means to investigate this stuff as if you really care about whether it's true or not.
Zing. Okay, so here is, I'll go on from here. He's almost done with his conclusion. We're almost done with the show. Don't go anywhere, folks. I am not equipped to evaluate Stubbs' usage of the data from many of the other Uto-Aztecan languages, nor the Semitic or Egyptian. So he's putting out there on the table his own limitations, his lack of expertise in those languages, although he does have the expertise on these languages that he's been criticizing Stubbs about. But given how the Nahuatl is treated by Brian Stubbs in his book, it cannot simply be assumed that it is being handled well. In other words, I know Nahuatl. I can tell, and I have demonstrated what Stubbs has been doing with Nahuatl to make the connections. I don't know Semitic or Egyptian or these other Uto-Aztecan languages, but if what Brian Stubbs has been doing and what I've demonstrated he's been doing in the Nahuatl languages, which I do know and am an expert on, I am saying it can't be assumed that the other languages and their connections are being handled well. I pass the baton to the next scholars to check how he handles the languages of their expertise, both Uto-Aztecan and Afro-Asiatic. All right. J.S. Gould. Did he get it right this time?
I'm almost positive it's Stephen J., but...
Okay. Gould, we'll compromise, also showed us that we all as scholars are prone, please, I put this in purple because this applies to apologists. Pay attention, Austin, please. We all as scholars are prone to the error of confirmation bias. Dearly held beliefs, whether religious, political, or theoretical, are likely to color our interpretation of data and dull our critical sense about our own conclusions. I think as a discipline, historical linguistics, because it relies on our ability to see intricate patterns that others have not yet seen, I think that historical linguistics is more prone to being influenced by our biases in interpretations than most other kinds of science. Really, I think historical linguistics is perhaps more of an art. This is the entire field of Mormon apologists that he's describing here, of making the connections between languages, this whole chapter about linguistics in the Book of Mormon.
Mm-hmm.
This proneness, okay, it says, I think historical linguistics is perhaps more of an art, though an art that should be approached with a scientific mindset. This proneness to confirmation bias, of course, no less affects me as a non-theist scholar with a distinct set of ideas about what happened in prehistoric Mesoamerica than it does people of other diverse persuasions and ideas. It affects all of us, is what he's saying, including himself. But this is why these kinds of scholarly endeavors have to stand and fall on the evaluation of empirical data by people with different biases. We are all entitled to our interpretations, but no one is entitled to their own facts. Then he says, what would we need for a proposal like this to be convincing to me? We're not going to go through all these, though he does detail it here. First of all, the question is, how much will be left of Brian Stubbs' proposal? How much will be left once experts in different other languages involved weed out the infelicitous examples, as I have done here? This sample suggests that quite little would be left after such a pass-through. So when everybody who knows all the other languages that Stubbs is talking about did the same kind of analysis that this scholar did, He thinks very few of Stubbs' connections would be left standing. One thing that makes me uncomfortable, now notice this, remember, and this is the real sad thing, because Stubbs has apparently a reputation, a good reputation among Uto-Aztecan scholars. And he's put together this huge collection, right? Back in 2011, did you say? Massive. It's like a resource work for people, including this scholar. But now that he's read this work by Brian Stubbs, that colors his perception of Brian Stubbs' other work for good reason. One thing that makes me uncomfortable is the fact that Stubbs worked on this simultaneously with working on his catalog of Uto-Aztecan reconstructions. I cannot help but worry that the reconstructions of Uto-Aztecan forms there may be subtly compromised by Stubbs unconsciously trying to make them fit with his Semitic data from the Old World, the languages he's trying to match up. I will have to use it with a degree of apprehension in the future. So that's the end of his article. I had gone through the comments because it was a blog. I had taken out some comments and I was going to read them, but this is way, way, way too long at this point. They're not that important, certainly not important enough to go beyond 4 hours and 20 minutes. So let me take this off the screen. We'll have some closing words. Hopefully they'll be brief. I know mine will be, and then we'll let the class go. First, you, please.
Well, now that if you started this episode when you started the extended edition of Lord of the Rings: Return of the King, we synced it up so that it perfectly ends with the destruction of Sauron. But no, what I want to highlight is how much work has gone into this episode. I think you and I both put in, I easily put in 5 or 6 hours. I know you put in easily that much. This is what is the result of really trying to dig to the bottom of each of these claimed evidences that Austin has. And I think what we've shown definitively is that the thinking that's on display, not to just keep coming back to our first episode and saying that that solves all the issues, but in a way it kind of does. The thinking that's on display here is so bad, so riddled with confirmation bias, so riddled with Austin's inability to even ask a basic follow-up question, that much like the scholar we just spent time going through the blog post on, I'm left with the same conclusion that I was left with when I first read the Light and Truth letter. Is this parody? Because if it's not, it's really bad effort. And I don't say that to be mean to Austin, but if we're dealing with evidence, if we're outside of the realm of what is meaningful to you, what do you just want to believe, what principles and values do you want to live by, and we're really dealing with evidence, which is what he claimed, again, to come back to what he claimed at the beginning of this episode, was compelling positive evidence of the ancient origins of the Book of Mormon. I don't think there's been a single piece of compelling evidence, and definitely not, the best was Jershawn, and that's definitely not enough to overcome the mountain of obvious problems that we've hit on today, including the fact that if we take the Book of Mormon literally at what it says it should be and why it should exist, it should not exist. And I am really looking forward to people's responses to that argument, as well as how much you dug into this linguistic stuff, because I think it's really interesting and it really highlights the problem with just accepting the scholarship of these apologists wholesale without actually going through and looking at the assumptions that they're bringing to the table and just taking numbers and thinking that the numbers by themselves are significant without actually asking yourself what would be significant. Austin didn't even do that basic level of analysis of saying he has 1,500 connections. What would I expect to see? He doesn't even ask that because he doesn't want to. He wants to already believe, and that's exactly where he ended up.
Right. And this is why apologists, they give the veneer, the impression that they are well-versed in these different scientific disciplines and the incredible results that are so Book of Mormon supportive. But when you start digging below the surface, you realize that they are either hopelessly uneducated and uninformed about these issues, or they're just trying to hide it from the audience, both of which are inexcusable when you set yourself forward and write a book that is supposed to convince Mormons to stay Mormon or convince other people maybe to join Mormonism. But basically to say that the problems with the Book of Mormon, they're not there. The evidences for the Book of Mormon are here, but when you dig further, you find that the evidences aren't there. The problems really are there. It's the evidence that's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully that wasn't too abstruse. Thank you so much for joining me on this roller coaster of a ride. You know, at this rate, who knows how long the next chapter is going to be. And we didn't cover everything. Remember that. We didn't cover everything. So you can thank us now for not covering everything. But the problems in the issues that we covered are equally as applicable to other things brought up in this one chapter that, like Kolby said, you could read in 10 minutes. And we've been going on for over 4 hours about it. Everybody, please hit like, please hit subscribe. Thank you to all of my viewers who have gone the extra mile and gone to radiofreemormon.org, click the donate button and made a donation. Thank you so much. It's your donations that keep Radio Free Mormon broadcasting behind enemy lines. So thank you everybody for watching. Thank you again, Kolby. We'll see you next week, and we'll go through chapter 4 of this wonderful Austin Fife Light on Truth letter. Until then, good night, everybody.